creation's first convulsion. Vast, insensate forces kindled the first suns and spilled light across a newborn cosmos. In that furnace, self-aware beings took shape, not in flesh, but in the lashing lines of force flung by stellar flares. Later, they would be called the Catan. Yet at the dawn, they were little more than vast, parasitic star feeders. They drank deep from the main sequence suns, shaving millions of years from stellar lives, and learned to drift along the universe's electromagnetic currents from one feast to the next. The young planets beneath them, molten, weakly magnetized and poor in nourishment, were beneath their notice. In time, worlds cooled and life arose. From the Milky Way's cradles of stone came the first civilization capable of spanning the stars. The reptilian Old Ones. Cold-blooded, patient, and immeasurably learned, they raised astronomy and physics to an art so refined it appears today as sorcery. Potent psychers, they bent the warp to work and seeded a galaxy-wide lattice of instantaneous portals, the warp gates, linking their colonies like nerves. Through this network, they walked between worlds, reshaped countless planets to specification, and sowed new intelligences. Many in the Mechanicus whisper that even Terra bears their print, though the ecclesiarchy brand such talk as heresy. At their height, more than 60 million standard years ago, they uplifted or created species later known as the Aeldari, the Krork, forerunners of the Orcs, the Slan, the Jokero, and perhaps others, though whether humanity was among their works remains unknown. Sleep well and enjoy the long tale of 40k's ever-expanding timeline. But first, I just wanted to invite you to follow me on my new Facebook page. As you may know, I run more than one YouTube page, and I'm expanding into a few more in the near future. This Facebook page is meant to incorporate all my projects and rants and thoughts into a single place. So, if you enjoy one or more of the projects I create, follow me on Facebook, where I'll be posting and engaging about all the things about my projects and the things that interest me, and presumably you as well, if you enjoy my content. Link in the description and comments below. Thank you. And now we return to your regularly scheduled sleep program. On a blasted world among the halo stars, a flesh and blood people baked beneath the murderous sun. Bathed in deadly radiation from birth, the Necrontyr lived brief, cancer-scarred lives. Their cities were mausoleums in waiting. Their dynasties measured greatness in tombs, not courts. Driven by necessity, and armed with stasis crypts and necrodermis-clad antimatter torch ships, they crept into space, claiming distant worlds over millennia. A triarch of 3 pharaohs, voiced through the 2 who served beside a silent king, held the great houses to a fragile unity that often shattered. As their realm spread, wars of secession ravaged them. Then they met the Old Ones, who would not share their secret of long life. Jealous fury ate at the Necrontyr, even as the cancers ate at their flesh. Their empire frayed, dynasties broke. Seeking unity through an external foe, the Triarch offered amnesty to rebels and declared war upon the Old Ones. If they would not share their secrets of immortality, the Necrontyr would rip it from them. Thus began the war in heaven, a conflict the Necrontyr could not win unaided. The Necrontyr technology struck hard, but the Old Ones' webway and warp mastery made them unassailable. Exiled back toward the Halo stars, the Necrontyr simmered in hatred as their tenuous unity crumbled. Secessions flared anew, worse than before. Desperate for a binding power, the Triarch found one, or it found them. Accounts differ on first contact. An accidental probe's reading in a dying star, a beacon of species-wide hatred that drew predators, or the culmination of centuries of stellar study. Whatever the path, the Necrontyr awoke entities of pure electromagnetic consciousness, the ancient star feeders now given the name Catan, or star gods in the Necrontyr tongue. To diffuse, to perceive the physical without form, they were coaxed into necrodermis bodies, living metal shells patterned after forgotten deities. Focused at last, they discovered the exquisite savor of mortal life energies and a taste for worship. One came before Zarek, the silent king of the Necrontyr. He was Mephitran, the deceiver. He spoke of an old war with the Old Ones, of exile and of alliance. Unity for the Necrontyr, and the immortality they craved, at no cost but friendship. Only Oricon, the court astrologer, foresaw disaster, a renaissance of glory that would forever kill the Necrontyr soul. His warning was dismissed, and a year later, the pact was sealed. Armed with god weapons and phase-leaping craft, the Necrontyr stood ready for their war with the Old Ones once again. It was then that the Catan unveiled their truest gift. In titanic biofoundries, whole populations of the Necrontyr marched into furnaces, where flesh and souls were stripped away and replaced by necrodermis shells, animated by the guttering echo of self. Above these foundries, the Catan feasted on the cast-off essence of an entire species. Zarek emerged stronger, clearer of thought, but also hollow. Immortality had come at the price Oricon foretold. Victory absolute, at the cost of the death of all Necrontyr souls. Thus, the Necrons were born. The process embedded engrammatic command protocols binding every Necron to the Silent King's will. Only the strongest nobles and generals retained shards of true intellect and self, though most were dulled shadows. Revulsion or not, the bargain's promises were fulfilled. Agelessness, resilience, and unbreakable unity. Empowered by their feast, the Catan led undying legions of the newly born Necron to eclipse the old ones. Worlds burned, suns died, and entire systems vanished into newborn singularities. With the dolmen gates, unstable living stone portals taught to the Necrons by Nyadrazath, the Burning One, the Necrons breached the webway and turned the Old One's greatest strength against them. Though the webway tried to isolate and slough off these infections, progress was relentless. In that age, the Catan ruled as cruel gods, harvesting young species to feed their endless hungers, squabbling amongst themselves until Catan devoured Catan, and empires were ground beneath their sport. Cornered, the Old Ones birthed weapons of soul and thought, psychically potent servant species to channel warp power against soulless foes, the Aeldari among them. Warp-kindled might proved anathema to the Catan. Under this onslaught, the star gods began a great warding to sever materium from immaterium, the first fruits of which would one day be recognized in the pylon networks on Cadia and the stability of the Cadian Gate. They were close to success when the warp convulsed. The slaughter of the war in heaven and the psychic excesses of the new races churned the sea of souls. Formless entities became predators. The realm of chaos coalesced. The warp pressed against reality, and breaches multiplied. Then came the enslavers, warp beings that dominated minds and made living gateways. They poured into real space in plagues. The Old Ones smashed their own portals to slow the tide, and in doing so their network was lost. Their seeded species turned upon them, maddened or enthralled. In the end, scattered and shattered, the Old Ones fell, extinct or fled beyond knowing. Thus, the war in heaven neared its closing. But Zarek knew that the Necron had traded one cruel master for another, and would not let the Catan's treachery go unpunished. And so he waited. He could not fight the Catan at their height, nor finish the Old Ones' war without them. But once the Old Ones were gone, and the Catan spent in victory, he struck. With god-killing hypercannons devised by Master Cryptex, the Necrons unmade the star gods, not to death, which was impossible, but into shards. Each Catan was fractured into thousands of lesser selves, bottled within tesseract labyrinths like the Jinn in myth. Victory cost millions of Necron lives, and the Triarch itself, save for the Silent King. Yet at last, the Necrons stood free. Vindicated in their cold mastery of matter, the Necrons looked out upon a galaxy ruined by warp spawn and enslavers. The Aeldari, the heirs to the Old One's psychic mantle and sworn enemies of all Necron works, would soon inherit dominion. Weakened by rebellion and weary of endless war, Zarek chose a different weapon: time. He ordered every Necron city remade into a tomb complex of stasis crypts, commanded a sleep of 60 million standard years. Let the enslavers burn out their plague. Let the Aeldari rise and fade. Let the galaxy repopulate with lesser, more pliable life. Then the Necrons would wake to reclaim it. As the last vault sealed, Zarek shattered the command protocols that bound all Necron minds to his, as his final act of penitence, as in his mind he had completely and utterly failed his people. He then departed into intergalactic dark to seek whatever solace an eternity could offer. For millions of standard years after the Necrons and their captive Catan shards sank into hibernation on their tomb worlds, the shattered remnants of the galaxy's intelligent species slowly rebuilt themselves from the ruin of the Red Harvests. In that long recovery, the Aeldari rose to become the dominant civilization of the Milky Way, ruling a star-spanning empire whose core lay in the region of space that would one day become the warp rift known to humanity as the Eye of Terror. Far away, on a blue world later called Terra, a mammalian humanoid species, humanity, began its climb to prominence more than 40,000 standard years ago. During the Age of Terra, also remembered by imperial historians as the Age of Progress, humanity left behind its pre-industrial past, mastered spaceflight, and slowly began to settle terraformable worlds within its own solar system and nearby stars. Lacking any understanding of the Imperium or warp drive at this time, they crossed the void in massive sublight starships. The era of first expansion into the greater galaxy is dimly remembered as the Stellar Exodus, generally accepted to have begun at some unknown point in the mid to late 3rd millennium. It encompasses humanity's earliest forays into interstellar space and the founding of many of its oldest extrasolar colonies. The Stellar Exodus gradually gave way to the so-called Dark Age of technology around the 15th millennium. But for most of this early age, mankind's interstellar travel remained bound to slow generation ships and cryogenic hibernation, with no hint yet of the warp's existence. The Age of Technology, later dubbed the Dark Age of Technology, unfolded between approximately the 15th and 25th millennia. Much of it is shrouded in mystery. During this time, the first psychic mutants, known as navigators, appeared. Whether born naturally or engineered is unknown, and together with the invention of warp drive, they allowed humanity to travel faster than light by plunging into the hyperdimensional, psychically reactive medium of the Imperium. Long before the Emperor's ascension and the founding of the Imperium, humanity reached an unprecedented peak of scientific and technological prowess. Vast colonization ships set out from Terra, bearing settlers and every resource they might require to tame distant worlds. Early in this era, Even before warp drive's discovery in the 18th millennium, scouts from old Earth ranged far on sublight engines, seeking planets that might serve as agricultural breadbaskets or mining colonies. The first such worlds would become known as night worlds, and by the time the Imperium was founded in the 30th millennium, many had already existed for thousands of standard years. When a suitable world was found, Terra dispatched enormous sublight colony vessels, the Long March ships, so named for the duration and remoteness of their voyages. Each carried thousands of settlers on journeys lasting solar decades. Once the colonists made landfall, the vast ship would be cannibalized for raw materials, its hull becoming the bones of the first settlements. There was never any intention of return to Terra. Survival was rarely easy. Many colonies found themselves hunted by lethal native predators or attacked by hostile Xenos who saw humans as invaders. Elsewhere, brutal weather or toxic atmospheres confined life to carefully controlled, domed habitats. But these dangers had been anticipated. Colonists were given artificially intelligent, standard template construct databases and fabrication systems capable of producing powered exo-armor suits. Bipedal walkers sheathed in plasteel and armed with heavy weapons. These war suits would prove decisive. Few natural beasts or alien warriors could withstand their firepower, and even the most hostile environments could be traversed in relative safety. On countless colonies, they became a familiar sight and earned a new name from the settlers: Knights, after the armored champions of ancient Terran legend. Over generations, their pilots, linked to their machine through mind interface platforms known as Thrones Mechanicum, gradually drifted into an elite warrior caste, reshaping their societies into proto-feudal knightly houses. Plasteel plates were slowly replaced by ornate adamantium armor, both stronger and more suited to their rising prestige. The mundane tasks knights once performed, felling forests with reaper chainswords, blasting rock with battle cannons, were handed down to lesser ranks. The nobles and scions withdrew to towering strongholds, devoting themselves to war and rule, guarding their subjects and imposing order on the wild worlds they had claimed. Knightly houses became an integral part of human society throughout the age of technology. As warp drive spread, humanity's colonies could finally interact on normal timescales. Trade and communication flourished. Like-minded worlds formed political and commercial leagues, binding vast regions of space together. In time, humanity was gathered under some form of unified interstellar government. Fragmentary records speak of three archetypal groups: the men of gold, who ruled and guided; the men of stone, who labored and built; and the men of iron, artificially self-aware machines created by the stone men to aid in work and war. Together, they forged an interstellar society of astonishing prosperity, but little spiritual depth, dedicated wholly to science and technology as ends in themselves. Inevitably, the men of iron rebelled. The war that followed, the cybernetic revolt, was cataclysmic. Vast swaths of the human-settled galaxy suffered a partial Malthusian collapse, their resources insufficient to sustain their populations. Though humanity ultimately triumphed, thanks in part to intervention from other factions, the cost was staggering. From that day forward, the creation of true thinking machines and artificial general intelligences became a near universal taboo in human cultures. Worse yet, in the conflict's wake, human psychers began to appear in large numbers on many worlds, just as the Aeldari Empire, which at that time surpassed even humanity in galactic reach, slipped into its own decline. Psychers brought with them humanity's first direct encounters with demonic entities from the warp. Combined with the Men of Iron's ruin, their emergence helped collapse human interstellar civilization and ushered in the Age of Strife. On Terra, this time would later be remembered by another name, Old Night. Meanwhile, far beyond human borders, the ancient Aeldari Empire rotted from within. Its success had bred decadence on a galactic scale. In the warp, the spiritual corruption of the Aeldari manifested as a growing psychic disturbance, an embryonic chaos god. Warp storms flared and coalesced across the galaxy, isolating whole regions. As the millennia wore on, interstellar travel and astrotelepathic communication became erratic, then impossible, cutting off countless human colonies, including those within the Sol system, from one another. The Age of Strife followed, an era in which humanity's interstellar civilization collapsed under waves of madness. Demonic incursion, anarchy, and internecine war. Terrible relic weapons of the Dark Age were unleashed, scouring once verdant worlds, Bal Secundus among them, into irradiated deserts. Isolated human colonies were easy prey for Xenos predators, including the burgeoning orc hordes. In a comparatively brief span on the scale of history, the galaxy-wide human empire was crippled. For nearly 5 Terran millennia, humanity endured a nightmare of war, genocide, slavery, and despair. Little of this time is known in detail to the men and women of the Imperium. Only scattered tales of suffering and ruin survived Old Night. Before their fall, the Aeldari were a psychically and technologically supreme humanoid species, widely considered the most powerful in the galaxy. Their mastery of technology had eliminated the need for labor. Every necessity of life was effortlessly provided. In that void of purpose, ennui festered. Around the 25th millennium by the Terran calendar, Aeldari across the core worlds formed pleasure cults, dedicated to the pursuit of sensation in all its forms. Reclusive seers warned of ruin if their people did not change their ways. But their prophecies went unheeded. Government collapsed, replaced by self-indulgent anarchy, and the moral decay of their empire accelerated. As the search for ever more extreme experiences intensified, cities descended into ritual murder and bloodlust. Millions died in orgiastic violence, both hunter and hunted participants in a spiraling dance of destruction. Some Aeldari recoiled in horror. These fled the core worlds, settling distant rural colonies and becoming the Exodites, or taking to massive continent-sized void craft known as craft worlds to live as traders and wanderers, far from the corruption at the Empire's heart in the galactic northwest. In death, the souls of all self-aware beings pass into the warp. As the corrupt Aeldari died in uncountable numbers, their souls did not dissipate, but coalesced into a vast entity within the Imperium, a psychic reflection of their hedonistic excess. This burgeoning presence in the warp fueled the storms that swept the galaxy, disrupting travel and communication, and which helped to trigger humanity's age of strife. In the late 30th millennium, the composite soul of Aeldari corruption awoke. It became a new chaos god, Slaanesh, the Prince of Pleasure, known to the Aeldari as She Who Thirsts. Its birth was an ethereal detonation that rippled across the entirety of warp space within the Milky Way. The epicenter lay in the Aeldari core worlds. Every Aeldari caught in that psychic blast died instantly, their souls devoured, and the surrounding region of real space was gouged into a vast, permanent warp rift, the Eye of Terror. Their once glorious core worlds were reduced to the haunted hellscapes now called Crone Worlds. Most of the Aeldari gods, warp entities in their own right, were destroyed by Slaanesh. Kayla Mincha Kane, god of war, tried to fight, but was shattered and cast into the mortal realm, his fragments entombed in the infinity circuits of the craft worlds. In times of dire need, these shards can be incarnated as fiery avatars, slumbering at the hearts of Ante-Humanity craft worlds until awakened for battle. Only 2 Aeldari gods survived the birth of Slaanesh. Sigarak, the Laughing God, hid within the webway. Isha, goddess of life, was torn from Slaanesh's grasp by Nurgle, who now keeps her enslaved within his pestilential garden in the realm of chaos. The fall annihilated the Aeldari Empire, leaving its survivors scattered and struggling to endure. The great craft worlds had been built before the catastrophe to carry away those who foresaw their people's doom, along with samples of their world's biospheres. Many craft worlds were nonetheless destroyed by the psychic shockwave. Others weathered it and drifted on. The Exodite worlds, lying far from the epicenter, emerged largely unscathed. To endure such a disaster would never recur. The Aeldari aboard craft worlds, who would one day call themselves the Asuryani, though outsiders long knew them simply as Eldar, developed the Path system, Under this rigid discipline, each Asuryani devotes themselves for a time to a single, focused way of life. Warrior, artisan, seer, and more, before carefully moving on to another path. It is a harsh regimen, meant to restrain the emotional intensity and psychic sensitivity that once made their species so vulnerable to chaos. Yet not all of the corrupt Aeldari perished. Some found refuge within the webway itself, whose labyrinthian domains are shielded by psychic wards from Slaanesh's hunger. These exiles became the Drakari, or Dark Eldar, the denizens of Kamarag, the dark city hidden in the labyrinth dimension. To sustain their tainted souls and stave off she who thirsts, they raid real space, seizing humans and Asuryani alike to torment, torture, and consume in acts of psychic predation. As the long nightmare of the Age of Strife finally loosened its grip on humanity, and the warp storms that had isolated human colony worlds for 5,000 years abated with the birth of Slaanesh, from this darkness of old night, a single warlord rose to dominate Terra, the being known only as the Emperor, a perpetual and the greatest psyker in human history. With the aid of his ally, Malkador the Sigillite, he had already brought the human homeworld to heel in the brutal Unification Wars, which ended in 712 M30, in the final decades of the Age of Strife. His next design was far greater: to reunite all of humanity beneath his rule, guided by the rational, atheistic philosophy he called the Imperial Truth, and carried out by his genetically enhanced space marines and the vast hosts of the Imperial Army. To achieve this, he first needed the means to wage war among the stars. In 739 M30, he forged the Treaty of Mars with the cult Mechanicus of the Red Planet. In that pact, the Emperor agreed that the tech priests of Mars could maintain their faith in the machine god and retain political autonomy for their Mechanicum government. In return, they would provide him with the starships and advanced technology required to reunify the human-settled galaxy. The Emperor's own brilliance in science and technology convinced many within the ancient Mechanicum that he was the Omnissiah, the physical avatar of the machine god foretold in their prophecies. Thus the Mechanicum pledged itself to the building of a new Imperium of Man, offering their expertise as its primary keepers of science and technology. In return, they were promised first rights to any ancient technology rediscovered beyond the Sol system. With the signing of the Treaty of Mars, the symbol of the Imperium changed. The raptor's head and lightning bolt the Emperor had borne in the Unification Wars were set aside, replaced by the double-headed eagle, the Aquila, to mark the union of Terra and Mars. With Martian forge factories and industry, the Emperor refitted his armies, and more importantly, gained access to the Titan legions and night households. yet expansion into the wider galaxy began slowly. The Imperial army was small, and the 20 Space Marine legions lacked their intended commanders, the Primarchs, genetically engineered transhuman generals created during the Unification Wars to lead the legions of Astartes. They had been scattered through the warp by the machinations of the Chaos Gods before they could take the field. Without them, creating new Space Marines from ordinary adolescent human males was laborious and time-consuming. That changed when the Emperor found his first lost son. On Chthoniya, a world in a nearby star system, he was reunited in 801 M30 with the Primarch Horus. Discovered at a young age, Horus was taken under the Emperor's direct tutelage and learned everything his father chose to share. Their bond was unique and deep. Father and son who saved one another's lives on many occasions. Nearly 20 standard years later, in 819 M30, the Emperor discovered a second Primarch, Leman Russ, on the icy death world of Fenris. Horus outwardly rejoiced at his brother's return, but quietly nursed the hope that he would always remain the Emperor's favorite. In time, all of the Primarchs were found on the worlds where the ruinous powers had cast them. Each was placed in command of the Space Marine Legion created from his own gene seed, and the legions were massively expanded with recruits drawn from the Primarch's adopted homeworlds. Thanks to their gene sire's presence and new genecraft techniques, it became possible to produce an Astartes in a single Terran year. But the accelerated processes and the quirks of certain Primarchs' genetic legacies introduced subtle flaws into the minds and spirits of their sons. Defects that would later prove fatal to many of the Emperor's hopes. The Great Crusade to reunite all of lost and scattered humanity under a single rule spanned 200 years into the early 31st millennium, returning countless lost star systems to the rule of the newborn Imperium. Under the combined command of the Emperor's War Council and his rediscovered Primarchs, vast expeditionary fleets of the Imperial Army and the Space Marine legions fought aliens, feral human tribes, petty tyrants, and warp-tainted warlords who had seized whole swaths of human space during the Age of Strife. Each new world brought to heel was placed into imperial compliance. A new planetary governor appointed by the Emperor took control. Local religions and superstitions were systematically dismantled, replaced by the atheistic, rationalist doctrine of the imperial truth, which exalted reason, science, and technological progress above all. Imperial garrisons were often left behind to complete integration, while the fleets and their Astartes hosts pushed on to new conquests. As the Primarchs assumed direct command over their legions, the crusade divided into many thrusts, fanning out in all directions across the galaxy. The crusade's greatest triumph came on the orc-infested world of Ullanor, which was finally brought into compliance in 0 M30. the Emperor declared Ullanor the pinnacle of Imperial victory thus far, and claimed that Horus and his Luna Wolves Legion, later renamed the Sons of Horus, deserved the lion's share of the glory. Then the Emperor made a fateful announcement that he would leave the Great Crusade and return to Terra to begin the next secret phase of his designs to secure humanity's domination of the galaxy. In his stead, he named Horus War Master of the Imperium, the de facto commander of all Imperial armies engaged in the Great Crusade. Although distressed that the Emperor would depart for undisclosed reasons, Horus accepted the burden. With him at their head, the legions and the Imperial army continued their expansion, rediscovering lost human realms and binding them to the Imperium. This outward surge continued for another 5 standard years, until the civil war that would scar all of humanity erupted in 5M31, known as the Horus Heresy. The destruction of the Emperor's dream had already begun long before the first open shot of the heresy was fired. Approximately 160 standard years into the Great Crusade, the Primarch Lorgar Aurelian of the Word-Bearers secretly turned to the service of the dark gods of the warp. Lorgar had once worshipped the Emperor as a god in all but name. When he and his legion razed the perfect city of Monarchia, the world of Kur, as a living temple to the master of mankind, the Emperor responded with brutal clarity. He ordered Monarchia destroyed and forced Lorgar and his word-bearers to kneel and witness its annihilation, chastising them for spreading the lie that he was the one true God of humanity. Denounced for his faith, Lorgar set out on a great pilgrimage to find the true source of divinity in the universe. That quest led him and the Word-Bearers into the heart of the vast warp rift in the Segmentum Obscurus that would later be known as the Eye of Terror. There, Lorgar encountered entities he came to believe were the only true gods, the Chaos Gods. Enamored of their vision to merge warp and real space into a single intertwined reality, a transformation he convinced himself would ultimately benefit humanity, Lorgar dedicated himself fully to their cause. Over the next 4 decades, he quietly prepared to convert his brother Primarchs and their legions to the worship of chaos. As part of this design, Lorgar arranged for War Master Horus to visit the barbaric world of Davin soon after the Ullanor Crusade. There, Horus was lured into battle and mortally wounded by a weapon tainted by Nurgle, the Plague Father. Even his Primarch's superhuman physiology could not overcome the warp-tainted contagion. Desperate to save their gene-sire, the Luna Wolves entrusted him to Davinite cultists of the Temple of the Serpent Lodge, unaware that the ritual they performed had been prepared by Lorgar and overseen by the Word-Bearer's first chaplain, Erebus. In that foul ceremony, Horus's spirit was cast into the warp. There, the Chaos Gods promised to spare his life if he would become their champion and overthrow the Emperor. Exploiting his doubts about his father's love and his hunger for recognition power and glory. The ruinous powers used lies and half-truths to twist his loyalties. Horus agreed to their bargain. His soul returned to his body within the Davonite temple, his wounds miraculously gone. From that moment on, he walked the path of damnation. In the years that followed, Horus quietly maneuvered the Imperial war machine into a position from which he could strike. His goal was nothing less than to seize Terra and claim the title of Emperor for himself. With Lorgar and demonic allies at his side, he won the allegiance of 8 of his brother Primarchs, playing upon their grievances over the Emperor's treatment of them and stoking rivalries that had simmered since the early days of the Great Crusade. He also enticed Kelbor Hall, Fabricator General of Mars, with promises of forbidden technologies and greater autonomy, securing the loyalty of much of the Mechanicum's Tagmata, Titan legions, and night houses. By 5 M31, roughly half of the Imperium's military power had fallen into treachery. Planetary defense forces, Imperial army regiments, 9 Space Marine legions that would become the Chaos Trader legions, and nearly half of the Mechanicum's might, all coalescing into what would later be known as the Dark Mechanicum, though its members called themselves the True Mechanicum. The heresy erupted openly at Istvan III. There, Horus used a chaos-inspired rebellion as the pretext to deploy all loyalist Astartes, those Space Marines within 4 legions whose loyalty to the Emperor was beyond doubt, onto the planet's surface. Once they were mired in battle, the orbiting fleet unleashed a virus bombardment intended to exterminate every loyalist Astartes and the planet's population alike. This act became infamous as the Istvan III atrocity. But Horus miscalculated. Some loyalists uncovered the plot in time to warn their brothers on the ground. Thousands survived the initial bombardment, forcing Horus to commit traitor forces to a grinding urban war that dragged on for solar weeks. Atmospheric occlusion from the earlier strike initially prevented simple orbital eradication. Meanwhile, a group of loyalist Astartes aboard the Death Guard frigate Eisenstein broke through the traitor cordon and fled into the warp, bearing news of Horus's treachery to Terra. Once the skies over Istvan III cleared sufficiently, Horus finally obliterated the remaining loyalists with focused orbital fire and shifted his attention to Istvan V. There he prepared for the Imperial reprisal he knew must come. At the Emperor's command, relayed through Rogel Dorn, Primarch of the Imperial Fists and Praetorian of Terra, a force of 7 legions was dispatched to crush the rebellion, confident that they outnumbered Horus's 4 known traitor legions. But Horus had already ensnared 4 of the 7 sent. In 6 M31, at Istvan V, these hidden traitors turned their guns upon their supposed allies. The 3 truly loyalist legions were nearly annihilated in a single brutal stroke, remembered as the Drop Site Massacre. With that betrayal, Horus almost doubled his forces and crippled the loyalists badly enough to clear his path for a direct campaign against Terra. What followed was a galactic civil war that raged for 7 more standard years. Trillions died as the War Master's armies burned their way towards the hearts of the Imperium. The war reached its climax in 14M31 with a full-scale assault on the Imperial Palace itself, the Siege of Terra, during which the traitors besieged the throne world for 55 days. Before Loyalist reinforcements could fully arrive, the struggle ended in single combat aboard the battleship Vengeful Spirit, Horus's flagship in orbit above Terra. Horus, swollen with the united favor and warp energies of all four Chaos Gods, had become monstrously powerful. The Emperor, though a being of unparalleled psychic might, was grievously wounded in the ensuing duel. Yet despite his love for his wayward son, and his reluctance to unleash his full strength, he finally struck with everything he possessed. With a single, devastating psychic blow, he destroyed Horus's body and utterly obliterated his soul from the warp, making it impossible for the traitor War Master to ever be raised again in the service of chaos. Robbed of their leader, the unity of the traitor forces crumbled. As Loyalist reinforcements, led by Rabute Gilliman, arrived in the Sol system, the traitor legions and their Dark Mechanicum and mortal allies retreated, fleeing into the vast Eye of Terror. At the Emperor's own command, his shattered body was placed upon the Golden Throne, a massive cybernetic life support engine and psychic amplifier. From there, his mind could remain anchored in real space, oppose the Chaos Gods in the warp, and continue to direct the Astronomicon, the psychic beacon that underpinned the Imperium's interstellar travel, commerce, and communication. In the aftermath of the Horus heresy, another quieter catastrophe unfolded. A battle on the world of Sotha between Loyalist and traitor forces was fought around the ancient Necron warp beacon known as the Pharos. The energies unleashed there lit a psychic flare in the void. And far beyond the galaxy's rim, vast Tyranid hive fleets noticed. It was in this era that they first turned their inexorable biomechanical hunger towards the Milky Way, drawn by the distant radiance of the Astronomicon. The Great Scouring was the Imperium's immense counteroffensive against the traitor legions. It began immediately after the failure of the Siege of Terra and the death of Horus in 14M31. And over the course of many solar decades, it finally drove the forces of chaos from their conquered domains into the sanctuary of the Eye of Terror and other warp rifts. Before he was permanently confined to the Golden Throne's life support systems, the Emperor passed judgment on the traitors. He declared them excommunicate traitores, decreeing that they be driven into the Eye of Terror for all eternity, and that all records and memories of them be purged from Imperial archives. Their home worlds and strongholds that had fallen to chaos were to be scoured clean of life. Allied forces, the Dark Mechanicum, corrupted Titan legions, the Chaos Night Houses, and traitorous Imperial Army regiments and Navy warships were to be destroyed or likewise cast into the Eye. Officially, it would be as if they never existed. In practice, many traitors escaped. Those not outright killed during the Siege of Terra fled ahead of the vengeful Loyalist pursuit, Rebute Gilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, assumed command of the counteroffensive and also took on the role of Imperial Regent and Lord Commander of the Imperium in the Emperor's stead. Under his leadership, Loyalist forces hunted the traitors across the stars. Some renegades vanished into unexplored regions. Others burrowed into the Eye of Terror or into other warp storms such as the Maelstrom. For many years, fighting raged as corrupted systems were wrested back from chaos. Worlds tainted by demonic presence and heresy were purged and placed under the watchful eye of the newborn Inquisition. The Emperor's hoped-for age of rational enlightenment, an Imperium free of superstition and ignorance, never came to pass. Instead, the scars of the heresy and the brutal necessities of survival paved the way for something darker. Even as the Great Scouring continued, another critical transformation reshaped the Emperor's Angels of Death. Around 21M31, the second founding took place. The 9 remaining Loyalist Space Marine legions were broken up. Their warriors reorganized into much smaller formations, chapters of roughly 1,000 Astartes each, as dictated by the newly codified doctrines of the Codex Astartes. Drafted by Primarch Rebute Gilliman, the Codex Astartes laid out in exacting detail how a Space Marine chapter was to be raised, trained, structured, and deployed. Its primary purpose was clear. Never again could a single warlord like Horus wield the power of an entire legion against the Imperium. By fragmenting the legions into many independent chapters, the Imperium drastically reduced the risk of another galaxy-spanning rebellion led by a single Primarch or commander. This change also altered the role of the Astartes. No longer the Imperium's primary line armies, they became specialized planetary assault forces and rapid reaction troops, striking with surgical ferocity where conventional forces could not. Some of the new chapters retained their parent legions' names, colors, and heraldry, preserving a direct continuity with their origins. Others adopted new identities, symbols, and traditions, gradually developing distinct cultures and beliefs over the centuries. Most of these second founding chapters still serve the Imperium in the 41st millennium, bearing their ancient honors into an ever-darkening galaxy. The era, now called the Age of the Imperium, began in the aftermath of the Horus Heresy in the early 31st millennium. Its first year is reckoned as 14M31, when the War Master lay dead, the Siege of Terra was ended, and the crippled Emperor was bound to the Golden Throne. From that point onward, the Imperium staggered forward into a new age that has lasted roughly 10,000 Terran years. In Imperial records, this age stretches from the close of the heresy to the narrative present, from 14M31 through to 999 M41, the last year logged before the Great Rift tore open reality and the era Indomitus began. In the time of rebirth, the Imperium of Man began to claw its way back from the devastation of the Horus Heresy. The myriad wars of the Great Scouring were fought in the years immediately following the death of Horus, as Loyalist forces hunted traitors across the stars. For a brief time after the Scouring, the Imperium knew a measure of peace from the corrupted servants of the Chaos Gods. Yet this respite was far from true safety. Alien species, once beaten during the Great Crusade, surged back into human space, eager to exploit the disarray left in the rebellion's wake. They descended upon the battered worlds of mankind, preying on an Imperium already crippled by civil war. To prevent any one individual from ever again wielding the kind of military power Horus had commanded, Rabute Guilliman, now Imperial Regent and Lord Commander of the Imperium, enacted sweeping reforms. These changes reshaped the Imperium's political and military machinery so that humanity could survive in a reality where the Emperor could no longer oversee day-to-day governance. The old Imperial army was split in two. The land-based forces became the Astra Militarum, while the Void-born arm became the Navis Imperialis. Each branch was given its own chain of command and administrative apparatus. And of course, Guilliman's Codex Astartes broke the Space Marine chapters down into many smaller chapters, each numbering only about 1,000 Space Marines, and maintained its own fleet and planetary holdings. This era of relative peace and rebuilding ended abruptly when the Orcs rose in unprecedented fury from 544 to 546 M32. Greenskin attacks multiplied until their rampage became the greatest Orc invasion the galaxy had ever known, eclipsing even the legendary Wa, broken by the Emperor and Horus at Eleanor in M30. The Orcs' primal urge to conquer threatened everything in their path. Their advance was stopped only through the most extreme measures, at horrifying cost to many Space Marine chapters. This brutal conflict would be remembered as the War of the Beast. The trauma of that war reshaped the Imperium's internal guardians as well. The Inquisition was divided into specialized branches, or ordos, to better protect humanity from future threats. The Ordo Malleus inherited the original mandate of defending the Imperium against chaos, while the new Ordo Xenos took responsibility for combating alien menaces. To further strengthen the Ordo Xenos, a chamber militant was created, the Death Watch, a unique chapter of veteran Space Marines, drawn from multiple chapters and dedicated to hunting Xenos. The Imperium's already labyrinthian politics took a catastrophic turn in 546 M32, in an event later known as the Beheading. The High Lords of Terra, successors to the original Council of Terra that had been established after the heresy, were murdered to the last by order of Draken Vangorich, the Grand Master of the Officio Assassinorum, a Space Marine retribution force composed of the Halo Brethren, Imperial Fists, and Sable Swords chapter, traced Vangorich to an Assassinorum temple on Terra. Their commander was assassinated upon planetfall. but the surviving Astartes pressed the attack regardless. Within the temple, they faced 100 ever-sore assassins in a nightmarish battle. In the end, only one Space Marine survived to reach Draken Vangerich and executed him with a bolt pistol. Maximus Thane, Lord Commander of the Imperium and Chapter Master of the Imperial Fists. Despite Vangerich's death, the Imperium slipped into a century of anarchy. Only after a coalition of 50 Space Marine chapters intervened on Terra were new High Lords selected. In a single, decisive session of the Senatorum Imperialis, the Chapter Masters chose 12 new High Lords, restoring a measure of order to the Imperium. The era known as the Forging, called by some Imperial historians the Golden Age of the Imperium, followed this turmoil. During this time, the Adeptus Terra extended control over many important human-settled star systems that had remained beyond the reach of the Great Crusade, and the Imperium's borders grew once more. Internal stability was strengthened by the establishment of astropath choirs on innumerable worlds. Major hubs on heavily garrisoned planets such as Armageddon, Baca, and Macragge formed the backbone of a robust interstellar communication network. Through the astro-telepathy of these choirs, messages could be transmitted across the void at superliminal speeds, allowing the Imperium to coordinate defense and governance on a galactic scale. Technological decline, which had slowly eroded humanity's capabilities since the days before the heresy, was briefly slowed. The rediscovery of a valuable fragment of a standard template construct database in the Cana system helped spark a renewed, if limited, growth in the interstellar economy and military strength. With these gains, the Imperium once again turned back the assaults of Chaos renegades, heretics, and alien foes, and reclaimed countless lost or rebellious regions for humanity. The Emperor, already the subject of deep veneration since the Great Crusade and the early days of the Lectitio Divinitatis, saw his worship swell even further after his internment upon the Golden Throne. That event was hailed by the faithful as his ascension from the physical plane to the spiritual, from which he would continue to guide and protect mankind. Over the centuries that followed, innumerable cults dedicated to the Emperor as the one true god of humanity appeared. Most were eventually suppressed, unified, or absorbed into a single centralized faith, the Temple of the Savior Emperor. This powerful church gained increasing sway among the masses until, in the 32nd millennium, it was recognized as the Imperium's official state religion and granted the formal title of Adeptus Ministorum, commonly known as the Ecclesiarchy. A few centuries later, in the mid-32nd millennium, Ecclesiarch Venerus II was awarded a permanent seat among the High Lords of Terra. The Ecclesiarch's place within the Senatorum Imperialis became fixed, further cementing the ecclesiarchy's influence. In 646 M32, as previously noted, Agnathio, a chapter master of the Ultramarines, led more than 50 chapter masters to Terra. Their unified presence brought an end to the bitter infighting over the High Lord's seats that had plagued the Imperium since the beheading. Behind closed doors, in council with humanity's greatest warriors, the matter was resolved. When the Space Marines departed to resume their distant campaigns, 12 High Lords again sat in the Senatorum Imperialis. If dissent remained, none dared to voice it. The forging also saw a series of mysterious and often catastrophic events about which little survives in Imperial records. In 888 M32, the Imperium was engulfed in the Astropath Wars, though no further reliable information endures. In 910 M32, a calamity known only as the Firestorm took place, similarly shrouded in silence. In the 33rd millennium, the Adeptus Ministorum flexed its newfound political strength in the War of the Confessor. During this violent conflict, many key shrine worlds were seized for its control in what would be only the first of many wars of faith. In 265 M33, Admiral Ussers of the Imperial Navy grew so ambitious that the High Lords judged him too dangerous to tolerate. Yet, his influence within the Navis Imperialis made public execution too risky, threatening civil war. Instead, he was exiled under the guise of honor, dispatched on an explorer mission into the intergalactic gulf beyond the galaxy's rim. For 10 standard years, his astropathic reports described the conquest of new star systems for the Emperor. After 20 years, the reports ceased altogether. No further contact was ever established with the regions he claimed to have brought into Imperial service. In 313 M33, the siege of Eternity's Gate occurred, though the details are now lost. In 615 M33, a pre-heresy cruiser, the Blade of Infinity, emerged from the warp. Its entry signature suggested it had left real space more than 20,000 standard years ago, long before the invention of the warp drive in the age of technology. This implied a profound disruption of the time stream. Vox signals from the vessel seemed to convey a warning, but before its message could be fully deciphered, the starship vanished back into the warp. In its wake came an invasion by Chaos Space Marine forces, who ravaged Imperial holdings. In the years that followed, each reappearance of the Blade of Infinity heralded further incursions by the archenemy. In 831 M33, a haunting episode known as the Year of the Ghosts saw the honored dead rise in the Segmentum Solar to drive back warp-spawned terrors. Early in M34, a dire threat arose beyond the ghost stars. Its nature remains veiled by censorship and deliberate destruction of records. What fragments remain describe it as both a star-spawn plague that annihilated countless worlds, and as nightmare engines that slaughtered populations across entire sectors. It destroyed a score of Space Marine chapters and innumerable other souls. This calamity is remembered only as the Pale Wasting. In 401 M34, the Imperium endured a crisis called the Howling. Black Templar Space Marines ended the Catalexis heresy by executing the Cago Dominus, an alien cybernetic psyker capable of psychically dominating the populations of 1,300 star systems. Its death scream, amplified through the warp, burned out the minds of 1 billion human astropaths and warped the Astronomican's beacon. Millions of starships were lost. An entire subsector slipped back into barbarism without the guiding commands of the Adeptus Terra. A horrific price paid for victory. In 666 M34, a violent warp storm erupting from the Eye of Terror birthed the first of many unnatural phenomena known as warp stars. These malignant distortions dragged any nearby starships or small planets to spectacular and grisly annihilation. In 934 M34, the craft world Ulthway issued warnings to the Imperium. Whatever was foretold or revealed has long since vanished from Imperial record. The Nova Terra Interregum, also known as the Time of the Twin Empires, was an age of schism and war, in which the Imperium fractured into rival realms for over 9 centuries, between the mid-34th and late 35th millennia. During this period, the rebellious Council of Nova Terra rejected the authority of the High Lords and proclaimed independent dominion over Segmentum Pacificus. The Imperium broke apart into competing factions, racked by division and civil war. The Adeptus Mechanicus, too, was riven by doctrinal conflict and rival centers of power. One of the most disruptive of these internal wars was the Moray Schism, which erupted sometime in the late 35th millennium. It pitted the Martian orthodoxy of the standard cult Mechanicus against a radical creed based on the prophetic writings of 3 tech mystics from the Minor Forge world of Moray. The Moray Schism became one of the most widespread and divisive doctrinal conflicts to strike the Mechanicus since the Horus heresy. Ultimately, the Fabricator General's rectification fleet reduced Moray to cinder, but not before its heretical teachings spread through the priesthood of Mars, the Titan legions, and several Space Marine chapters with strong ties to the Mechanicus, including the Iron Hands. More than 2,000 Terran years of bloodshed passed before this blasphemous doctrine was deemed purged from the Mechanicus and its allies. After nearly a millennium of low-intensity civil war and political intrigue, the Cataclysm of Souls in 975 M35 finally brought the Imperium back under unified rule. In that year, the Ecclesiarchy attempted to transform the Imperium into a formal theocracy, seeking to subsume all political differences beneath the de facto dictatorship of the Ecclesiarch. Their overreach triggered massive religious civil wars against the Council of Nova Terra, whom they denounced as heretics defying the will of the God Emperor. In Segmentum Pacificus, revolts swept across many worlds as populations rose against Nova Terra's rule. The Ur Council was eventually overthrown, and the authority of the High Lords of Terra restored across the Imperium, but at the cost of billions of lives. The Ecclesiarch emerged from this bloodshed wielding even greater influence, its power now dangerously magnified. In 980 M35, the galaxy endured the colossal Hrud Rising. In 991 M35, the 21st founding of the Adeptus Astartes took place, later called the Cursed Founding. It was the largest Space Marine founding since the second founding that followed the heresy, and occurred shortly before the Age of Apostasy began. On the world of Inculaba, secret Mechanicus Genolab pursued an even more ambitious project, Homo sapiens novus. Gene-Tors attempted to perfect flawed Astartes gene seed and produce new Primarch-like warriors, but they lacked the Emperor's mastery of genetic science. Their work produced severely flawed gene seed that was nonetheless used to create new chapters. Some of these chapters developed severe mutations and genetic anomalies, drawing the suspicion and wrath of the Inquisition. The most afflicted were hunted down and destroyed by the Grey Knights. A few escaped and fled into exile, ultimately turning traitor and swearing themselves to chaos. In 104 M36, the War of Recovery began, triggered when the Adeptus Mechanicus heard fragmentary reports of technological wonders on the worlds of Mortuam Chain. Believing lost STC data might lie there, the Mechanicus launched an expedition. A long, escalating war followed, lasting more than a century. Armed with advanced weaponry recovered from the region, Mechanicus forces freed local human colonies from Xenos occupation and returned several first-generation STC copies to Mars and Triumph. The deep political fractures from the Nova Terra interregnum foreshadowed the horrors of the Age of Apostasy. In the 36th millennium, a new era of dissent and power struggle engulfed the Imperium. Zeal overwhelmed reason, and misrule became the norm. The Emperor's word was twisted by corrupt ideologues, each seeking to claim absolute control over his realm. This period, marked by brutal civil war and savage repression, is one of the bloodiest in Imperial history after the Horus Heresy. Around 200 M36, the Age of Apostasy came to be defined by the Reign of Blood, when the High Lord Goj Vandire seized power. Through bribery, blackmail, coercion, and murder, Vandire made himself both Ecclesiarch of the Adeptus Ministorum and Master of the Adeptus Administratum. During Vandire's tyrannical rule, multiple wars of faith were launched as he attempted to consolidate full control over the Imperium. For 70 Terran years, the galaxy groaned under his oppression. His eventual downfall began with a message from the world of Dimamar. There, a man named Sebastian Thor and his sect of the Imperial cult, the Confederation of Light, denounced Vandire as a traitor to the Emperor. The Confederation of Light was the reborn remnant of an ancient Imperial cult that had once rivaled the temple of the Savior Emperor, which had become the core of the Adeptus Ministorum. Its doctrines were more moderate, favoring personal salvation through faith and good works in the Emperor's name, rather than acquisitive, power-hungry orthodoxy that dominated the ecclesiarchy. Sebastian Thor was a gifted orator. His words stirred billions, igniting a galaxy-wide rebellion against Vandire's reign. Eventually, Terra itself was besieged by multiple Space Marine chapters and Astra Militarum regiments. Orbital bombardments devastated the traitor's forces, and Vandire was finally killed, not by external enemies, but by his own elite bodyguards, the brides of the Emperor. Confronted by the Adeptus Custodes, the brides were shown how Vandire had deceived them into betraying the Emperor, and they turned on him. In the Reign of Blood's aftermath, Sebastian Thor was elevated to ecclesiarch, and the ecclesiarchy was reformed according to the doctrines of the Confederation of Light. The state church of the Imperium proclaimed a more spiritual mission, promising to share power with the Adeptus Terra rather than dominate it. Yet, pockets of resistance remained among those loyal to the old temple of the Savior Emperor orthodoxy. These diehards formed a hidden movement known as the Temple Tendency. The brides of the Emperor were remade into the sisterhood of the Adeptus Auroritas, their orders militant, the Sisters of Battle, became both the ecclesiarchy's armed forces and the chamber militant of the newly formed Ordo Hereticus of the Inquisition. The Ordo Hereticus was tasked with rooting out enemies within the Imperium, overseeing the ecclesiarchy, and ensuring that no second Gauge Vandire could ever again twist the Emperor's realm to his own purposes. The Age of Apostasy's legacy also includes the Plague of Unbelief in 310 M36, an upheaval considered part of the same era, despite occurring decades after Vandire's death and Thor's ascension. Throughout this chaotic age, numerous false prophets arose. Some simple madmen leading ragged rebel bands. Others powerful demagogues controlling entire worlds and sector-wide armies. The greatest of these was Bacharis, apostate cardinal of Gothalamor. His heresies grew so vast that they gave their name to the Plague of Unbelief, which should not be confused with the Curse of Unbelief, a separate, later contagion of Nurgle in the 41st millennium, commonly called the Zombie Plague. The Plague of Unbelief ended through the martyrdom of the imperial saint Dolan Chirosius, known as the Great Confessor. On Gothalamor, Chirosius willingly laid down his life. His sacrifice proved such a powerful testament to faith that the planet's population rose up, overthrew Bacharis, and restored imperial authority and orthodox belief in the God Emperor. other events in this era remain obscure. In 754 M36, the web of intrigue disaster struck the Imperium, but records offer no further detail. In 989 M36, as the Eye of Terror and other warp rifts visibly expanded, the tech priests who maintained the Golden Throne reported that the Emperor's psychic appetites had increased. They demanded more psychers be sacrificed daily to sustain the Astronomicon. The number of black ships and the frequencies of their voyages rose accordingly. Some records claim that from this point forward, 4 times as many psychers were consumed every day to maintain the power output required by the Golden Throne and its beacon. The Age of Redemption was the Imperium's attempt to atone for the sins of apostasy through blood and fire. In this era, the Imperial cult burned hotter than ever. Heretic pyres blazed on thousands of worlds as the faithful sought to scour their guilt by punishing others in the God Emperor's name. Crusade followed crusade. Space Marines and Imperial armies marched to reclaim lost wealth and territory, to push back chaos, orcs, and all manner of alien threat. This fervor soon reached an almost uncontrollable pitch. Entire sector fleets, Adeptus Astartes chapters, and Astra Militarum armies were drawn into ever longer and more ruinous redemption crusades, leaving countless worlds dangerously underdefended. The age began violently in 10 M37. The wrath of the Chaos Sun fell upon the Imperium, and the Red Giant, at the heart of the Maxil Beta system, erupted in a wave of warp flame. Across hundreds of light years, worlds were devastated. Their populations were either hideously mutated or possessed by warp entities. The High Lords mobilized every nearby force they could muster. Grey Knights, a dozen other Astartes chapters, countless Imperial Guard regiments, and the nascent orders militant of the Adeptus Sororitas, all fought in the ensuing conflict. The battle against this terror did much to heal the divisions left by Vandire's treachery. In 20 M37, the High Lords instituted the Great Cult, a sweeping purge of the Adeptus Terra and many worlds across the Imperium. Their aim was to ensure that the corruption and faith perversion of the Reign of Blood could never reoccur. Some of the most devastating wars of this era were the Abyssal Crusade and the Ecclusiad War. The Abyssal Crusade began in 321 M37, when Saint Basilius, a living saint of the ecclesiarchy, found 30 Space Marine chapters wanting in faith. As penance, they were sent on a crusade into the Eye of Terror itself, charged with earning redemption and purging human worlds that had been claimed by Slanesh at the Dark Prince's birth. The Ecclusiad War erupted in 555 M37 on the northwestern fringe of the galaxy. The apostles of the Blind King, heretic tech priests who believed humanity's existence offended the machine god, unleashed horrors drawn from the age of technology. They used these rediscovered weapons to transform ordinary stars into supernovae, scouring vast stretches of submentum obscurus of human life, and permanently altering the night sky. For a decade, war raged. The turning point came when Navigator Joyer Macran located the palace warship of the Blind King, hidden within a fold of the warp. Guiding the Emperor-class battleship Dominus Astra to its lair, Macran enabled a divisive strike. The Dominus Astra's lance batteries pierced the palace warship's hull, killing the Blind King and ending his genocidal campaign. Without his prescient guidance, the apostles of the Blind King were swiftly destroyed, and their reality-ending devices were locked away in the deepest vaults of Mars. In 754 M37, mass unrest swept the Imperium in a movement later named the Children's Crusade. On thousands of planets, menials rebelled against their toil, led by wild-eyed prophets promising a better way of life and a galaxy of tolerance. The movement took hold especially among the young. Billions of idealistic pilgrims sought passage to Holy Terra. Some fell prey to pirates, but most vanished into the warp, never to be seen again. Together they are remembered as the Lost Crusade. In 956 M37, the Heavenfall massacres took place. Of their precise nature and toll, Imperial records now say nothing more. In the late 37th millennium, on the arid world of Tau in the Ultima Segmentum, a young humanoid race rose to prominence. Calling themselves the Tau, they united beneath the collectivist creed known as the Greater Good, and in a remarkably short span of time, leapt forward in both technology and ambition. From their harsh homeworld, they pushed outward into interstellar space, seizing and settling worlds along the eastern fringes of the Milky Way, and weaving them together into a new expanding empire. For many millennia, the Imperium of Man remained unaware of this burgeoning power on the galactic rim. Only in 963 M41 did the Imperium truly encounter the Tau, when the Ultramarines came to blows with the Tau expeditionary fleet over the cursed planet of Malbedi. Because of this late contact, the number of conflicts between the Imperium and the Tau remained relatively small compared to the grinding, endless wars humanity had already fought against the older and more widespread starfaring races, such as the Orcs and the Aeldari. As the Tau Empire spread, it absorbed other intelligent alien species into its growing dominion. The Kroot and the Vespid came into its fold, swelling its strength and diversifying its forces. Even some human-settled worlds turned from the Emperor's stern rule to the more seductive promises of the Greater Good. Those humans who swore allegiance to the Tau became known as the Guevesa, human auxiliaries in service to the Xenos cause. Within the Imperium, such Guevesa were regarded as among the vilest of heretics, traitors not only to mankind, but to the God Emperor himself. While the Tau were rising in the east, the Imperium entered a dark and weary age remembered as the Waning. The Redemption Crusades had drained the might of the Imperium's armed forces in every theater. Fleets were spent, regiments exhausted, and entire chapters of Space Marines bled. With the Empire's strength so heavily depleted, star system after star system slipped from Imperial control, falling to Orc invasion, insurrection seeded by chaos, or simple, brutal rebellion. Anarchy became rife throughout many sectors, and the once monolithic Imperium struggled to maintain its grasp. In this increasingly lawless time, the Administratum found itself compelled to hand direct governance of entire star systems over to Space Marine chapters, simply to preserve some measure of stability. Only the Adeptus Astartes possessed the unassailable military power and fearsome reputation required to restore or even maintain Imperial authority in regions sliding into chaos. From within the Eye of Terror, the survivors of the Abyssal Crusade returned to real space in 112 M38, having purged more than 400 worlds claimed by chaos. Rather than pausing to bask in their triumph, Chapter Master Convac Lan of the Vorpal Swords immediately turned his wrath upon the memory of Saint Basilius, whose judgment had originally condemned these chapters to the crusade. Lan publicly declared Basilius a false idol, and the worship of him tantamount to treason. In less than a standard year, every known shrine, sepulchre, and relic dedicated to the so-called saint was destroyed. In a final act of contempt, Basilius's bones, countless devotional texts, and thousands of living worshippers were loaded aboard a derelict bulk freighter and hurled into a nearby star. In 666 M38, an event later known as the Grim Harvest unfolded. A grotesque armada of misshapen space hulks drifted out of the warp near Terra itself. Some of the fused, twisted wrecks could still be identified as transports once used to carry pilgrims of the Lost Crusade. Their holds now teemed with mutants and demon-possessed monstrosities. The Inquisition moved swiftly to conceal the existence of this cursed fleet and its abominable cargo from the wider Imperium. The following millennia were scarred by crisis after crisis. In 1 M39, the conflict of Helica erupted. In 103 M39, the Mausolean Cataclysm struck the Imperium. In 131 M39, the Redemption Crusades began anew. In each of the segmenti of the Imperium, a great champion arose, a warrior likened by Imperial chroniclers to the Primarchs of legend. Under their leadership, vast crusades drove the borders of the Imperium outward, reclaiming more territory than had been held in nearly 500 standard years. Yet, 50 years after their meteoric ascent, these 5 heroes vanished without a trace. Ecclesiarch Enovian III declared them Imperial saints, proclaiming that they had returned to the Emperor's side. From the Eye of Terror, a different kind of storm emerged. The forces of chaos launched repeated mass incursions into Imperial space. Campaigns remembered collectively as Black Crusades. The greatest of these were orchestrated by Abaddon the Despoiler, War Master of Chaos, and successor to Horus, is the foremost champion of Chaos Undivided. In 139 M14, Abaddon unleashed his 12th Black Crusade, known to the Imperium as the Gothic War. Massive warp storms stirred by the will of the ruinous powers severed the Gothic sector from the rest of the Imperium, leaving it vulnerable. Between 139 and 160 M41, the Gothic War raged. Hundreds of planetary invasions and space battles tore the sector apart. Dozens of Space Marine chapters, almost 100 regiments of the Astra Militarum, and the greater part of 3 Titan legions were drawn into the fray. Alongside every warship Battlefleet Obscurus could muster. Several planets were destroyed, and 4 of the 6 ancient Blackstone fortresses, vast, mysterious artifacts wrought by the Old Ones and capable of destabilizing stars and annihilating entire solar systems, were lost. 2 of the fortresses were seized by Abaddon and taken back into the Eye of Terror, a victory that would echo ominously 1,000 standard years later. In the end, when the warp storms faded, Imperial reinforcements poured into the sector and forced the forces of chaos to retreat. But the cost in lives and resources was staggering. Despite the horrors of the Gothic War, the Imperium continued to fight its many enemies. In 392 through 399 M41, Lord Commander Solar Macarius launched the Macarian Conquests, or Macarian Crusade. As Lord of the Segmentum Solar, he gathered the greatest human army mustered since the Great Crusade, and, in just 7 years, reconquered 1,000 worlds on the western reaches of the Imperium. His victories carried Imperial banners into regions where the light of the Emperor had never shone. Upon Macarius's death, the Imperium mourned, but the vast swath of worlds he had reclaimed soon descended into rivalry and war. The Macarian heresy, as this period of breakdown became known, lasted 70 standard years. It could only be quelled through the combined efforts of 100 Space Marine chapters. In 500 M41, an event called the Tears of the Emperor shook the faith of billions. Across the galaxy, from primitive feral worlds to towering hive worlds, countless people reported the same vision in myriad forms: the Emperor weeping. Storm-laden skies were interpreted as his tears. Statues of the Emperor were claimed to shed liquid from stone eyes. High-ranking chapter masters and gutter-born urchins alike dreamed of the Emperor sitting upon his golden throne, tears streaming from empty eye sockets. All agreed on one thing: he did not weep for himself, but for humanity's worsening plight. Meanwhile, a slumbering terror began to stir in the deep dark. In the 41st millennium, the Necrons commenced their great awakening. The tomb worlds, where they had lain in stasis for some 60 million standard years, began to stir. In many cases, unsuspecting humans of the Imperium had long since resettled these worlds, building cities and empires upon soil that concealed undying machine legions beneath. The results were catastrophic. Entire planets were mercilessly purged as newly awakened Necrons rose to cleanse the worlds of their fragile human populations. The reasons for the timing of this awakening remained hotly debated amongst the magi of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Some argued that the shadow cast by the Tyranid hive mind across the warp had acted as a catalyst. Others pointed to the possibility that some explorer fleet had disturbed the Tomb World's slumber. Whatever the cause, the first major official contact between the Imperium and the Necrons came in 963 M41, during the very same conflict over Malbidi that had drawn the Ultramarines and the Tau into battle. On Malbidi, as the Ultramarines fought the Tau for control of the world, their struggles awakened the Necron tombs hidden beneath the surface. Recognizing the greater threat, Chapter Master Marnius Calgar joined forces with the Tau, granting them a temporary alliance, so both sides could turn their guns upon the rising Necron legions. Once the Necrons were defeated, Calgar proclaimed Exterminatus on Malbidi, but allowed the Tau to evacuate first. The planet's annihilation sent a strange surge of energy rippling through space, echoed on dozens of worlds across the galaxy. Many feared that this signaled more tomb worlds beginning to rise. In the wake of Malbidi, the Imperium confronted not one, but two new potent enemies. The expanding Tau Empire fighting in the name of the greater good, and the ancient Necrons, intent on restoring their long-lost galactic dominion. The story of the Necrons' return was not one of a single ordered reawakening. When the Silent King had given his final command, and the Necron dynasties had entered their great sleep, uncounted tomb worlds had descended into stasis. Over the 60 million years, a myriad of catastrophes had taken their toll. Some tomb worlds suffered only minor disruptions. Chronostats malfunctioned, revivification chambers fell out of phase, and their inhabitants awoke earlier or later than intended. Others suffered far worse fates. Cascading failures in stasis crypts destroyed millions, perhaps billions, of dormant Necrons. Certain tomb worlds were obliterated by vengeful Aeldari, their defenses overwhelmed by the ancient foes. Some planets became tectonically unstable and crushed the sleeping Necron structures at their cores. Others were consumed when their stars exploded into supernova. Meanwhile, younger races, ignorant of what lay beneath, dug and fought and explored across former Necron dominions, inflicting still more damage in their restless search for knowledge and plunder. Because of these countless variables, the Great Awakening unfolded in fits and starts, rather than as a single unified event. Some tomb worlds stirred as early as the late 30th millennium, in time to watch the Emperor's Great Crusade sweep across the stars. Others awoke amid the turmoil of the Nova Terra Interregnum in the 34th millennium, when the Council of Nova Terra challenged Terra's authority for 9 centuries. Still, others rose, as the apostles of the Blind King waged their wars beginning in 550 M37. Many still remain dormant, even into the era Indomitus, their occupants still locked in dreamless stasis, awaiting the signal that will call them to war. Even when a tomb world's revivification protocols function as designed, its awakening is rarely swift or neat. The slightest flaw in the process can scatter and degrade a Necron's engrammatic pathways. Over time, those pathways may reknit themselves, slowly reassembling identity and purpose in a process that can take decades or even centuries. Sometimes recovery never occurs, leaving the Necron as little more than a shambling automaton. Countless tomb worlds now stand filled with such hollow beings, their halls throng with mindless metal shells, their original minds fled or shattered. The tomb world's master autonomic program commandeers these empty bodies, using them as crude tools to enact its directives. Other Necrons call such blighted places severed worlds, and regard them with dread and revulsion. Yet even those Necrons whose revivification is flawless do not awaken as they once were. The process of biotransference millennia ago had already imposed its own tyranny. When the Necrontyr first traded their dying flesh for undying metal, there had not been enough resources to grant every citizen a body capable of holding a complete personality. As ever, the rulers took the lion's share of advantage. Pharaons, overlords, cryptex, and nimissors received the finest necrodermis shells, bodies whose engrammatic density permitted rich, fully preserved consciousness. The professional soldiery were given bodies adequate to their function, but lesser in subtlety. The vast common masses were granted the crudest frames of all, little more than mechanical prisons for the remnants of their minds. For these unfortunates, all joy and true experience were stripped away. They were bound utterly to the will of their betters, their existence reduced to obedience without purpose unless commanded. Yet even within them, some dim spark of self-awareness lingered, enough to remember echoes of the lives they once possessed, but not enough to act upon the torment. Death would have been a mercy, but they no longer possessed the independence of thought to seek it. A tomb world is never more vulnerable than during the revivification process. Awakening vast numbers of Necrons at once requires the release of staggering amounts of energy, emissions that can be detected across light years, and all but guarantee investigation by curious or predatory starfaring races. Should a tomb world lie near or beneath the borders of a younger empire, such an energy surge can invite attack before its warriors are fully awake. In these early stages, defense falls not to the Necron legions themselves, but to their canoptic servitor constructs, spiders, scarabs, and wraiths, acting under the command of the tomb world's autonomic master program. These constructs respond with algorithmic efficiency to threats, escalating their countermeasures as danger increases. Automated defenses are activated, and the program carefully calculates which regiments to wake and win. If fortune favors the tomb world, these measures suffice to fend off invaders, or at least delay them until sufficient Necron forces have awakened. Once the dynastic nobility assume control, the master program surrenders its authority and returns to its supporting role. Every tomb world that successfully awakens must eventually reclaim its place within the web of its parent dynasty. Many dynasties will never rise again. Their core worlds lie destroyed, their lesser tomb worlds still dormant or lost. Yet others, such as the Sawtech dynasty, have swiftly reasserted themselves. In some regions, younger starfaring species, whose colonies settled on Sawtech core worlds in the 39th millennium, had unknowingly populated Necron territories. When these tomb worlds awoke, their rulers found their armies already mobilized and their foes close at hand, allowing them to expand rapidly through aggressive campaigns. To outside observers, the behavior of newly awakened tomb worlds appears almost random. Some Necron lords dispatch emissaries seeking to negotiate for the return of artifacts or worlds previously theirs, or sending fleets into the void to search for kin still dormant. Others turn inward, ignoring lesser species while they pursue intricate internal politics or rebuild their planets to mirror the splendor of their ancient empire. The majority take a far more direct approach, launching raids for resources, planetary invasions, and genocidal purges, reminiscent of the old Catan red harvests. Even in war, their methods vary wildly. Certain Necron armies march in the full splendor and ceremony of formal battle, adhering to hoary codes of honor. Others rely on guile and subterfuge. In many cases, the campaign is less a war than a systemic extermination, treating the native populations as one might treat vermin. Whatever form their actions take, all serve a single overarching goal: to restore the Necron dynasties as masters of the galaxy. Yet with the Triarch long dissolved and innumerable tomb worlds either ruined or still dreaming, there can be no true galaxy-wide coordination of this effort. Each tomb world's ruler must act according to their own judgment, pursuing whatever strategies they believe best. Some focus on crushing nearby threats and spreading terror. Others seek lost cultural treasures, stockpile raw materials for future campaigns, or even strive to identify an organic species whose bodies might serve as new vessels for Necron minds, offering an escape from the curse of biotransference. This last dream, apotheosis from undying metal back to living flesh, weighed heavily upon the Silent King when he issued his final command, and continues to drive many Necron nobles and royals. Ambition further complicates any attempt to predict Necron behavior. With no clear succession after the Silent King's departure and the end of the Triarch, many rulers see an opportunity not merely to restore, but to elevate their dynasties above all. The pursuit of personal power and status often muddies their motives, making it nearly impossible for Imperial strategists to divine the true intentions behind their campaigns. Only as more and more tomb worlds have awakened has a grim pattern become visible to those who watch the galaxy's darkness. Xenos scholars of the Inquisitive piece together scattered reports of skull-faced Reaper machines rising from the sands of dead worlds across the stars. What once seemed a series of disconnected alien raids reveals itself as the early tremors of a disaster of galactic scale. Some Necron overlords prove patient, carefully gathering resources and allies before unleashing their legions. Others are hot-blooded and impetuous, despite their mechanical forms, hurling their armies into war as soon as their tomb world stirs. Many turn immediately upon neighboring worlds, demanding surrender and fealty or death. World by world, forgotten empires reconstitute themselves, long-dormant hierarchies reasserting their ancient claims. At the heart of each is a crown world, the radiant capital and seat of a Pharaon. Around it cluster lesser tomb worlds and holdings, diminished shadows of the vast dominions they once commanded 60 million years ago. While the Necrons rose in their slow, terrible fashion, the Imperium staggered into an era known as the Time of Ending. From around 744 M41 to the close of the millennium, threats multiplied without cease. Humanity teetered the brink of annihilation. Secession, rebellion, and heresy blossomed within imperial borders. Chaos corruption was rife. Alien empires, both ancient and newly encountered, Orcs, Aeldari, Tau, Necron, and above all the ravenous Tyranids, pressed in from every direction. Zealots declared that these Xenos scourges were divine punishment for humanity's sins and its abandonment of the Emperor's path. The increasing birth of mutants and witches was seen as further evidence of moral failure. Across the galaxy, desperate messages pounded through the warp. Astropaths strained themselves to the edge of sanity to pull meaning from the chaotic tides of the Imperium. The content of those transmissions was almost always the same. Pleas for aid, requests for reinforcements, warnings of enemy advances. Planetary governors begged for salvation. Astra Militarum commanders called for relief forces, and fleet officers transmitted grim reports of hostile movements. The defenders of the Imperium fought with a ferocity rivaling the legends of the Great Crusade and the Horus Heresy, but they could not be everywhere at once. In this period, the Imperium met the Tau Empire on a broad front for the first time. The Damocles Gulf Crusade, also called the Damocles Crusade, was the first major military conflict between the Imperium and the Tau. It took place in the Lithesh sector of the Ultima Segmentum, near the eastern fringes, during the 41st millennium. By the time the conflict reached its conclusion, neither side had achieved a decisive victory. The Imperium was forced to break off its campaign early to respond to the encroaching Tyranid threat, while the Tau sought to parley. hoping to demonstrate the benefits of the greater good to humanity. Before open war erupted, members of the Tau water caste had already established trade agreements with frontier imperial worlds near the Damocles Gulf. Goods and technology passed both ways across the border between the two empires. Fearing the contamination of Xenos influence, the Administratum prepared a response. Almost a century later, that response came in the form of the Damocles Crusade, which thundered into Tau space, destroying several outlying settlements and plunging deep into the heart of the Tau Empire. The crusade reached the Tau Sept world of Daliath Prime and stalled. There, the Tau and their Kroot and Vespid allies, bolstered by formidable numbers and advanced weaponry, thwarted every Imperial attempt to capture the world or its system. Months of brutal, attritional warfare followed, with neither side gaining clear advantage. By late 742 M41, the Imperial commanders agreed to enter peace talks at the request of the water caste. Negotiations proved successful, and the Imperial fleet withdrew from Tau space unmolested, a decision driven as much by the looming approach of Hive Fleet Behemoth as by any diplomatic success. The sense that an ending approached crystallized in 744 M41, when a seer named Tagarath, the seer of Corinto, proclaimed that the end times for humanity were at hand. He predicted upheaval of an unprecedented scale, a time when even the Emperor's light would be swallowed by darkness. The Inquisition swiftly executed Tagarath for heresy and suppressed his prophecy. But similar visions soon plagued psychic sensitives across the galaxy. Worlds beyond counting echoed his doom-laden cry. In 745 M41, the Tyranids made their first recorded entry into the galaxy. Hive Fleet Behemoth swept into the Tyran and Thandros systems, annihilating them utterly. Later that year, the Hive Fleet descended upon the realm of Ultramar, the Ultramarines' fief. Several Ultramarine worlds were ravaged, and the chapter itself suffered grievous losses. The Battle of Macragge, where the Ultramarines made their famous stand, would become one of their most celebrated legends. The immediate threat of Behemoth was finally broken under the combined fire of two entire Imperial Navy battle fleets, but commanders throughout the Ultima Segmentum, still reeling, watched their borders with rising dread. The black tide of war only thickened. In 748 M41, the Blood Star campaign began, and the star Ares turned blood red. This ominous sign heralded a surge in demonic activity across the Scaris sector. The campaign that followed claimed untold numbers of lives, including 3 chapter masters of the Adeptus Astartes and the fleet admiral of Battlefleet Obscurus. In 750 M41, a strange and swirling phenomena appeared in the Argos system. Only when 6 Aeldari craft worlds materialized did observers realize it was more than an astronomical curiosity. By the time an Imperial fleet arrived, both the swirling mass and the craft worlds had vanished. In their wake, all primary suns within 60 light-years were extinguished. A massive evacuation began as Imperial ships and transports tried to move billions to safety. About 12% of the region's population and 32% of its heavy industry were successfully relocated. The ring of dead stars and lifeless planets that remained became known as the Dead Hinge, a treacherous refuge for pirates and a lure for salvagers. But the horrors continued to mount. In 757 M41, the dread zombie plague erupted for the first time on Hydra Minoris. A quarantine was imposed by the Imperial Navy, condemning 23 billion uninfected citizens to share their world with the growing tide of the undead. Mindless, infectious husks cursed by the power of Nurgle. In 766 M41, Aeldari corsairs under Iriel struck Imperial watch stations and listening posts in the Katakan and Ryza systems, blinding Imperial forces in the regions for decades. In 783 M41, Asuryani from craft world Ulthwé destroyed an Adeptus Mechanicus explorer fleet above the dead world of Madrax, but not before several probes were launched. When the Blood Angels arrived to investigate the loss of the fleet on behalf of the Mechanicus, they found themselves caught between the newly awakened Necrons on Madrax and the Asuryani forces trying to contain them. In 795 M41, rebellion flared in the Crandor system. The 23rd Cadian Regiment crushed the uprising, but the chaos cults involved bore ancient names not seen since the Fourth Quadrant Rebellion. The followers of the Shining Deity, the Cult of Many Tentacles, and the Red-Robed Brotherhood. Though casualties were heavy, the swift suppression of the Crandor Rebellion proved vital. The system's worlds were rich in resources and crucial to the defense of the Segmentum Obscurus. By 797 M41, Orc invasions erupted throughout the Segmentum Ultima. Invasions threatened to join into a single mega-war, and Imperial forces were stretched to their limit, containing each front. In the siege of Zalathras, Marnius Calgar held a gate alone against Orc hordes for a night and a day, while his Ultramarine Second Company obliterated the planetary fortress of Warboss Brugg. A momentary flicker in the Astronomicon in 801 M41 sent thousands of Imperial starships off course, sentencing many to destruction in the warp. The incident raised a chilling question. Was the Emperor's strength failing? From 813 to 830 M41, the grim siege of Vrax unfolded. Apostate Cardinal Zoffin led the armory world of Vrax Prime into open rebellion in the name of chaos. What began as an attempt to quell unrest spiraled into a grinding 17-year-long campaign as both sides escalated their forces. This conflict culminated in a full-scale demonic incursion and the intervention of the Ordo Malleus and the Grey Knights. In the end, Vrax was reduced to a blasted wasteland, its entire population exterminated. In 822 M41, Abaddon the Despoiler raided the Aeldari maiden world of Ildanura in pursuit of a lost Chaos artifact, only to be repelled by the warriors of Lytok. At the time, the incident seemed minor amid the galaxy's broader chaos, but in hindsight, it would prove portentous. In 853 M41, rebellion once again flared on Crandor III, despite its suppression over 50 years earlier. Hidden chaos cults, mutants, psychers, and outcasts guided by whispers of dark gods had used the intervening decades to prepare a new uprising. As the surface fell, hive by hive, Chaos Space Marines accompanied by demonic entities seized the orbital defenses. 3 Space Marine chapters, led by the Imperial Fists, managed to evacuate key Imperial assets and personnel before Exterminatus was enacted. 42 Astra Militarum regiments raised from Crandor III survived, only because they had been deployed off-world before the rebellion began. In 863 M41, the Titan Legion Adamant Fury betrayed the Imperium and fell to chaos. The traitor Titans turned their guns upon the loyal planetary defense forces of St. Cilia before escaping off-world. The loss of an entire Titan Legion caused waves of alarm through the Imperium, especially amongst the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Collegia Titanica, who set themselves to finding and destroying their wayward kin. In 876 M41, chaos descended upon Van Horn in an event the Inquisition later named the Blood Tide. The bloodthirster Ka Jagannath, Lord of the Blood Tide, broke free from imprisonment and unleashed a tide of warp-tainted gore that corrupted everything it touched. For 8 days and nights, the slaughter drew more demons into the material realm, as the veil between reality and the warp thinned. Only the arrival of the Grey Knight's 4th Brotherhood stemmed the tide, and even then at tremendous cost. Ka Jagannath was cast back into the warp, and the psychic backlash dispersed the blood tide and banished the Cornate host. In 883 M41, on the Planus steppes, the 423rd Cadian Regiment, led in its armored spearhead by Knight Commander Pask, took part in the largest tank assault since the Battle of Talar in the Horus Heresy. Over 8,000 Imperial tank companies and 35 super heavy detachments were destroyed in the near-total annihilation of the renegade Adamant Fury Titan Legion. The Great Crusade of the Black Templars continued in 888 M41 with the Crusade of Wrath, during which they struck heavy blows against the Word-Bearers, recapturing several star systems once lost in the Maelstrom's warp rift. In 891 M41, Aeldari corsairs ravaged the worlds of Persia during the Long Midnight, using supernatural darkness to cloak their raids. Their attacks ceased only upon the arrival of the Praxian patrol of the Imperial Navy. In 897 M41, the fortress convent of Sanctuary 101 fell silent. An investigation revealed only ruins and dead sisters of battle, slain by a foe that left no survivors and no trace, all victims of a Necron attack. A handful of Imperial scholars began to grasp the magnitude of the threat posed by the awakening tomb worlds. The same year saw a new Tyranid High Fleet, codenamed High Fleet Gorgon, detected heading straight towards the expanding Tau Empire on the eastern fringe. No warning was sent to the Tau. From 901 M41, the Badab War erupted. when Luft-Horon, chapter master of the Astral Claws, refused to yield his chapter's gene seed tithe to the administratum and declared the independence of his fief, styling himself the tyrant of Badab. The Imperium responded with force. 12 years of grinding intersystem war followed, disrupting shipping throughout the Maelstrom Zone and pulling more than a dozen Space Marine chapters into the conflict. Badab Primaris eventually fell, but Huron and around 200 Astral Claws escaped into the Maelstrom. There they pledged themselves to chaos, renamed themselves the Red Corsairs, and turned to piracy and raids on Imperial commerce. Huron, now calling himself Huron Blackheart, steadily built a growing chaos realm by recruiting other Astartes renegades. In 907 M41, Orc-Wa activity surged across all 5 segmenti, forcing chapters such as the Nova Marines, Raptors, and Howling Griffins to abandon operations in the Badab War to fight the Greenskin threat. In 913 M41, followers of the Thousand Sun sorcerer Ahriman assaulted the librarian on Jolana in their continued quest for knowledge that might undo the rubric that had cursed their legion. In 920 M41, Aeldari pirates ambushed the escort of a black ship fleet emerging from the warp in the Xenos system, destroying 3 frigates and capturing the troop ship Emperor's Faithful, with its cargo of Astra Militarum and naval personnel. The Xenos vanished, leaving the black ships vulnerable to further raids. In 925 M41, the terrible Necron world engine was identified as the cause of the Vidar sector's devastation. The world engine was finally destroyed, but only because the Astral Knights chapter sacrificed itself almost entirely in the attempt. In 926 M41, Vaxhol, a fortress world and astropathic relay hub anchoring the Heracles system, was claimed by Chaos. The Purge warband slaughtered over 14 billion Imperial citizens. In 937 M41, Inquisitor Pranix led a joint force of Space Wolves, Cadians, and Talaran regiments in an attempt to take back the 9 hollow worlds from Huron Blackheart, the Red Corsairs. The Imperium was stunned by how quickly Huron had expanded his dominion over just a few decades, and how extensive his pirate empire had become. In 941 M41, the Second War for Armageddon broke out when Gazgul Mag Uruk Thraka, the greatest orc war boss in millennia and the prophet of Gork and Mork, led a vast war that ultimately reached the strategically vital hive world of Armageddon in the Segmentum Solar. Only the combined resolve of 3 Space Marine chapters, the stubborn resilience of the Imperial Guard, and the legendary heroism of Commissar Yarick prevented the world's fall. Gazgul escaped and swore he would return. In 963 M41, the Imperium once more crossed paths with both the Tau and the Necrons on Malbidi, as already recounted. The world's destruction in the wake of the battle caused a brief but mysterious energy flicker on dozens of worlds, further fueling fears of widespread Necron awakening. In 969 M41, the ancient vessel Blade of Eternity starship long associated with its ill omens, was sighted near the Kando system. When Imperial forces approached, the ship vanished and was replaced by the Death Guard plague ship Terminus Est. The zombie plague soon swept through the system, and infected refugees carried Nurgle's curse far across the Imperium. 973 M41. A violent warp storm disturbed the dreams of men and women throughout the galaxy. Psychers, especially, suffered catastrophic breakdowns. Nightmares tore open the veil between real space and the warp, killing many Psychers and spawning countless demonic incursions that ravaged Imperial worlds and sowed seeds of future corruption. 975 M41. The bloodthirster Scarbrand manifested on the fortress world of Luterus Epsilon, garrisoned by Acadian shock troops. His rage infected the defenders, driving them to turn their weapons on one another. Luterus Epsilon was declared cursed and quarantined by the Inquisition. In 976 M41, a massive orc invasion hammered the western reaches of Segmenta Ultima. Wa Grax failed to seize the forge world of Ryza, but devastated surrounding sectors. In 989 M41, Wa Snagrod smashed across the Loki sector, culminating in a disastrous assault on Rin's world that nearly eradicated the Crimson Fists chapter when one of their own missiles accidentally destroyed their fortress monastery. Imperial forces recaptured Rin's world in 999 M41, and the Crimson Fists began the long process of rebuilding. In 992 M41, Aeldari attacked Acadian holdings on Aurent, but were decisively defeated by the battlefield genius of Ursukar Creed. The following year, the Ultramarines quelled a rebellion on Ikar IV, only to find themselves immediately embroiled in the Second Tyrannic War, when the tendrils of High Fleet Kraken descended upon the world. Iguanas of the Kraken simultaneously ravaged craft world Eondin. The scythes of the Emperor and the Lamenters were almost entirely destroyed, and hundreds of Imperial worlds fell before the Tyranids were finally halted. In 997 M41, High Fleet Leviathan revealed its terrifying magnitude when twin tendrils emerged from intergalactic space beneath the galactic plane, driving into Segmentum Tempestus, Ultima, and Solar in what would be called the Third Tyrannic War. It became clear that the earlier Tyranid incursions had been mere reconnaissance probes for this much greater threat. In 997 M41, the world of Piscina IV suffered an orc invasion under the joint leadership of Gazgul Thraka and the Bad Moon's war boss, Nazdrag. Orcish teleportation technology enabled a surprise attack, and only the determined defense led by Master Belial of the Dark Angels, together with timely Imperial reinforcements, prevented the world's fall. Many Imperial commanders, including Belial, suspected Gazgul had further plans in motion. In 997 M41, the Ultramarines and Mortifactors faced a tendril of High Fleet Leviathan on Tarsus Ultra. Using a genetically engineered biological plague, they destroyed that portion of the fleet, but the High Fleet as a whole continued its rampage untouched. Also, in 997 M41, on the world of Golgotha, Gazkul confronted Commissar Yarrick again. This time, the orcs captured their old nemesis. Rather than killing him, Gazkul released Yarrick, intending to return to Armageddon, desiring a foe worthy when he did so. Orcs flocked to Gazkul's banner in ever greater numbers. Continuing in 997 M41, the Tau Empire commenced its third sphere expansion. Their forces captured several Imperial worlds on the eastern fringe by force, while others willingly defected to the Tau cause and embraced the greater good. In 998 M41, Gazkul returned to Armageddon at the head of an even greater war, starting the Third War for Armageddon. With improved teleportation technology, he gained early victories, devastating Imperial positions. The Imperium, having learned from past battles, rushed massive reinforcements to the region. Additional Astra Militarum regiments, Space Marine chapters, and war machines. The fighting became a grinding war of attrition. Eventually, Gazkul grew bored of the stalemate, left his forces to continue the fight, and departed to conquer nearby systems. Commissar Yarrick and the Black Templars swore oaths to hunt him down. In 999 M41, High Fleet Leviathan invaded a vast orc empire centered on the Octarius system. The Octarius War that followed, Tyranids versus Greenskins, raged on with ferocity beyond imagination. The Imperium watched from the fringes through Navy and Inquisition patrols, grimly aware that whichever side emerged victorious would pose a dire threat to their scant forces in the region. Also in 999 M41, the Dark Angel's 5th Company battled the Crimson Slaughter Warband for control of the Hellfire Stone, an artifact the Chaos Space Marines believed would lift Khorne's curse that condemned them to hear the screams of every soul they had slain. Their clash shook the Nephilim sector. Also in 999 M41, the light of the Astronomicon had dimmed noticeably. Contact with Ultima Macaria was lost, and communication with Macragge became erratic. Some scholars blamed failures among the black ships, while others whispered that the Emperor's power was waning and doom was close at hand. Shortly after, a great surge of psychic energy swept through the Imperium in an event called the Great Awakening. Latent psychers across thousands of worlds suddenly manifested powers, often uncontrollably. The backlash tore open countless warp rifts, and 1,000 worlds were lost to demonic incursions as possessed psychers became gateways for the horrors of the Immaterium. Continuing in 999 M41, the Thousand Suns launched the siege of the Fenris system. Their assault drew the Space Wolves back to defend their home world of Fenris, creating an opportunity for the Sons of Magnus to avenge their near annihilation on Prospero 10 millennia earlier. The Dark Angels and other Space Marine chapters joined the defense, but a plot by Tzeentch's demon servant, the Changeling, sought to deceive the Dark Angels into believing the Space Wolves had turned to chaos. Demonic forces from across the Pantheon entered the conflict as Fenris burned. Magnus the Red himself stepped forth from the warp onto the rune-scarred world, slaying champions of the Space Wolves dark angels, and grey knights with his terrifying psychic might. Yet, the great wolf Logan Grimnar struck a telling blow, enabling the Grey Knights to enact rites of banishment that drove Magnus back into the warp. Though the Chaos invasion was repelled, its true purpose lay elsewhere. The psychic agony of a billion deaths fueled a ritual that had been prepared for millennia. The power wrenched from the worlds of the space wolves suffused the planet of the sorcerers, the Thousand Suns homeworld within the Eye of Terror. It vanished from the warp and reappeared in real space near Prospero's ruined husk. Old and new Thousand Suns homeworlds now circled the same cursed star, a baleful beacon of doom visible in skies across the Imperium. That same fateful year tested the Blood Angels more severely than any time in their history. A tendril of Hive Fleet Leviathan, diverted only temporarily during the Cryptus campaign of 998, was judged to be on a direct course for Baal. At the same time, the bloodthirster Ka-Banda returned at the head of a demon army, striking first at Ammonai, the outermost planet of the Baal system. Faced with a two-front war against Tyranids and demons, Commander Dante acted swiftly, forging alliances with Imperial and even non-human forces under the banner of survival. Former enemies stood along the Blood Angels, though none could say whether such allies were truly trustworthy. These are all just some of the pivotal events that occurred within the time of ending. The most crucial of these threats to the Imperium were the ever-present tyrannic wars and Abaddon's 13th Black Crusade, each assailing humanity on multiple fronts, each with a hunger for terror and to snuff out the Emperor's light. The conflict known as the Tyrannic Wars truly begins in 745 M41, when a new and nameless horror first touches the eastern fringe. On the planet Tyran, an Adeptus Mechanicus explorer research station catalogs a disturbing pattern across nearby systems. Entire worlds stripped bare of biomass and atmosphere, left as airless, lifeless husks. Before the explorers can fully understand their findings, their own station is attacked and consumed. A standard year later, Inquisitor Fidus Cryptman arrives on Tyran to investigate. Picking through the ravaged world, he discovers a hidden data codex buried deep within the crust. Within its sacred machine memory lies the explorer's grim record of the invaders and their advance. Using this, Cryptman is able to discern the pattern of the foe's movements and chart the course of the oncoming swarm. Yet his predictions arrive too late to save many. Several more civilizations are wiped out, and the Imperium is slow to react. Not least because astropaths find their power smothered by a strange phenomena later named the Shadow in the Warp. Wherever the invaders draw near, psychic communication and warp travel become impossible, cutting threatened worlds off from the wider Imperium at the very moment they most need aid. This devouring force is formally named Hive Fleet Behemoth. In a rare moment of literary flourish from Imperial Command, Behemoth drives straight into the realm of Ultramar, the Ultramarines' interstellar domain. The Hive Fleet sweeps aside all opposition and reduces Prandium, the once lush garden world called the Jewel of Ultramar, to nothing more than naked rock. Finally, Chapter Master Marnius Calgar gathers the full might of the Ultramarines and prepares a last-ditch defense of their home world, Macragge. In the titanic Battle of Macragge, Behemoth is ultimately destroyed with the aid of the entire battle fleet Baka and the sacrificial loss of the Emperor-class battleship, the Dominus Astra. Victory comes at a terrible price. The Ultramarines' entire veteran First Company is annihilated in a last stand within the northern polar fortress. The Imperium has little time to take breath. A second great swarm enters the galaxy, this time adopting very different tactics. Designated Hive Fleet Kraken, this new incursion does not advance as a single unified mass. Instead, it fractures into countless splinter fleets, each one capable of enveloping whole star systems before neighboring worlds even realize what has occurred. In 993 M41, Kraken is finally met on a grand scale at Ikar 4, an Imperial hive world. The defense is borne heavily by the scythes of the Emperor and Lamenter's chapters of the Adeptus Astartes, as well as the Asuryani of Craftworld Eondon. All pay a horrific toll in blood. According to Lieutenant Cage of the last Chancer's Penal Regiment, the Astra Militarum alone lost over 1 million men at Ikar 4. Whether or not the number is exact, it conveys the sheer scale of the slaughter. And yet, on a world of billions, such a loss is tragically bearable by the Imperium's cold arithmetic. Kraken is not truly destroyed at Ikar 4 or Eondon, however. Instead, the Hive Fleet breaks into yet more splinter swarms, each one spreading across the galaxy like a malignant Xenos cancer. Kraken's remnants will continue to haunt Imperial space for years to come. The third wave of Tyranid invasion, Hive Fleet Leviathan, is by far the largest. In 997 M41, Leviathan appears from below the galactic plane, attacking from 2 points and cleaving great wounds through Imperial territory, cutting off vast regions from reinforcement. Recognizing the enormity of the threat, Inquisitor Fidus Kryptman, now of the Ordo Xenos, devises a desperate stratagem. He attempts to redirect Leviathan's advance towards the Orc-held worlds of the Orc Empire of Octarius in the Octarius sector. The gambit succeeds. The Tyranids crash into Orc space, and the Octarius War begins. The swarm suffers immense losses, but devours everything it can reach, assimilating Orcoid genetic material in the process. The Imperium wins itself a few precious standard years, but no one can say how the Hive Fleets may evolve after incorporating this brutal new DNA. But Leviathan does not act alone. around the same time as Hive Fleet Kraken. Leviathan's elements trigger uprisings by embedded gene-stealer cults, or launch their own direct invasions of Imperial worlds, all in service of the Great Devourer's endless quest for biomass and accelerated reproduction. To this date, Behemoth remains the only Tyranid Hive fleet that did not divide itself into multiple tendrils of splinter fleets attacking from several directions at once, and it paid dearly for this strategic inflexibility. Yet, despite their differing approaches, the Tyranid goal is constant. Analysis of fleet movement shows their swarms are being drawn by the blazing psychic beacon of the Astronomicon, converging inexorably upon a single destination, Holy Terra. Even as the Tyranid menace grows, another apocalyptic threat descends upon the Imperium. The 13th Black Crusade, the latest and greatest of the assaults launched by Abaddon the Despoiler, erupts from the Eye of Terror. It is the most devastating conflict between Chaos and the Imperium since the Horus Heresy. Under the War Master of Chaos, the traitor legions empty 100 demon worlds, pouring into real space in numbers never before seen. Their advance begins at the Cadian Gate, the narrow corridor of safe space leading from the Eye towards the Imperium's heart. Their objective is clear: the fortress world of Cadia. Its capture would give Chaos a forward bastion from which to launch a new drive on Terra itself and topple the Emperor from the Golden Throne, ending the long war in their favor. Rumors spread that several demon primarchs ride at the head of these armies, returned to the material realm to usher in the end times. The Imperium musters a desperate defense. The Black Templars, Imperial Fists, Dark Angels, Space Wolves, and many others stand shoulder to shoulder, but the tide of the Dark Gods seems endless. Despite many heroic efforts, Cadia eventually falls, though they still maintain that the planet broke before the Guard did. After the fortress world repels the first Chaos onslaught, Abaddon himself arrives at the head of an even greater Black Fleet. A renewed, brutal assault is only slowed when Lord Castellan Ursarkar Creed and the Living Saint Celestine lead a defiant defense that delays the Despoiler's plans. Denied a quick victory, Abaddon turns to a more terrible weapon. He deploys one of the 2 Blackstone fortresses captured during the Gothic War, the dread Will of Eternity. Before it can unleash its warp cannon to scour all life from Cadia, the immense engine of destruction is destroyed by the Imperial Fist's mobile star fortress, Phalanx. Even in death, however, the Blackstone fortress becomes a weapon. Its ruined carcass is hurled from orbit, its impact on Cadia generating such catastrophic geothermal stress that the planet ultimately tears itself apart. With Cadia and its Blackstone pylons destroyed, the Eye of Terror begins to expand. Chaos warbands call this widening of the warp rift the Crimson Path, as it cuts across the galaxy. Cadia falls. The Cadian Gate is lost, and Abaddon seizes control of the region to forge the nucleus of a new chaos empire amidst the world's shattered remains. Meanwhile, another grim revelation reaches the High Lords of Terra. The Adeptus Mechanicus secretly report that the mechanisms of the Golden Throne are failing, and that they no longer possess the knowledge required to repair that ancient marvel. Unless something unprecedented is done, the God Emperor himself will die, and humanity will face the coming darkness alone. As the Imperium pours forces into the Segmentum Obscurus to confront the 13th Black Crusade, the Tau Empire seizes the opportunity. During the same tumultuous period, the Tau initiate their third sphere expansion into the eastern fringe, exploiting the Imperium's distraction. This expansion manifests in a series of major campaigns, later recorded by Imperial historians as the Zeist Campaign, the Prefectia Campaign, and the Second Agrellan Campaign. Casualties on both sides are enormous. The war culminates when the Imperium unleashes Exterminatus upon the Tau Sept world of Mugaloth Bay during the Second Agrellan Campaign. Though the Xenos expansion is checked for a time, the conflict has already cost countless lives and resources. Amidst the chaos, strange events unfold in Ultramar. The ancient Archmagos Dominus Belisarius Call appears with his own mysterious agenda, while a cryptic alliance forms with the Aeldari faction known as the Inari. Acting together, they orchestrate the awakening of the Ultramarines Primarch Urbute Gilliman, long preserved in stasis in the northern polar regions of Macragge, after spending 10,000 years frozen in time, after he was fatally poisoned by his once brother and now demon Primarch Fulgrim in M31. The moment Gilliman awakens, he finds himself in battle. The Black Legion launches a sudden assault upon the shrine of Gilliman within the Temple of Correction, determined to prevent the Primarch's return. The resurrected Gilliman fights his way free amidst the clash of warriors and demons. Once Ultramar has been secured from the immediate threat, Gilliman undertakes the perilous Terran Crusade. He journeys across the ravaged galaxy to meet his father upon Terra for the first time in 10,000 standard years. What passes between Emperor and son within the Imperial Palace remains unknown, but Gilliman emerges as Lord Commander of the Imperium and Imperial Regent, once more first among equals within the Senatorum Imperialis. He wastes no time in wielding his restored authority. Corrupt, incompetent, or self-serving High Lords are purged from Terra's ruling council as Gilliman begins reshaping the Imperium for the trials to come. With Cadia ruined and its blackstone pylons destroyed, reality tears itself open. From the Hadex anomaly at the core of the Jericho Reach in the eastern fringe, to the furthest worlds of the Segmentum Obscurus in the galactic west, a titanic wound opens in the fabric of space-time. Through this rent, warp storms of unprecedented size and ferocity pour into real space, reminiscent of the worst days of the Age of Strife. This cataclysm creates the Great Rift, the Cicatrix Maledictum. The galaxy is literally torn in two. The initial phase of this disaster becomes known as the Noctis Aeterna, the blackness. During this period, all warp travel and astropathic communication become impossible. Isolated and terrified, the worlds of the Imperium stand alone. Hundreds fall in quick succession as chaos forces surge through the widening rift. The pulsing wall of the Great Rift spreads like a malignant curtain across the heavens, blotting out the holy light of Terra for countless systems. Its creation marks the beginning of the era Indomitus. With its coming, the Imperium is split into two vast regions. The Imperium Sanctus, the half of the Imperium where the Astronomicon can still be dimly perceived by psychers and navigators, and the Imperium Nihilus, the benighted half beyond the rift, where the Emperor's light no longer shines, and the warp storms are ever present. In the wake of the Great Rift's birth, another phenomena sweeps the galaxy. Imperial savants, inquisitors, and Xenos alike will come to call it the Psychic Awakening, or the Age of Witches. The increased flow of warp energy into real space through the Cicatrix Maledictum dramatically enhances the power and duration of demonic incursions, especially on worlds bordering the Great Rift. At the same time, the psychic potential of many species increases. The abilities of the craft world Aeldari grow stronger and stranger, while among humanity, the miraculous occurrences, once rarely associated with fervent emperor worship, become far more common. The Psychic Awakening is both a curse and an unexpected boon. On countless worlds, demonic infestations become more resilient and widespread, and new psychers manifest in terrifying numbers. Yet alongside these horrors, there are more and more reports of genuine miracles. Individuals with no prior psychic history suddenly unleash supernatural powers to save themselves, their comrades, or sacred relics at moments of extreme peril. This is particularly pronounced among the devotees of the God Emperor, especially the Sisters of Battle of the Adepta Sororitas. Their unshakable faith appears capable of manifesting as tangible, mystical protections and miraculous defenses against demons and Xenos threats. Every major faction of the galaxy is touched by this phenomena. For some, it accelerates grand designs. For others, it complicates or even undermines carefully laid plans. As the Great Rift's first warp storms crash over Holy Terra, the skies of the throne world turn a churning crimson. Khorne, the blood god, moves in brazen defiance of his fellow chaos deities, eager to claim primacy amidst the waxing power of chaos. He unleashes 88 cohorts of his demon blood legions in a direct assault on the Imperial Palace. The skies congeal into blood-red clouds that disgorge the Red Host before the Lion's Gate, one of the palace's colossal entrances. The palace gun batteries, unmatched in their ferocity, open fire, but even they cannot halt the oncoming tide alone. At this critical moment, Rabute Gilliman leads the defense in person. Newly restored as Lord Commander, he fights alongside the freshly deployed Primaris Space Marines, the Adeptus Custodes, and the Sisters of Silence. Together they stem the demonic flood. The attack is finally repulsed before the Red Host can reach the Eternity Gates of the Inner Palace, but the cost is great. More importantly, the High Lords of Terra are shaken to their core. Even the most secret and arcane mechanisms of Terra's defenses, bereft of the Astronomican's full guiding beam, have been unable to keep demons from manifesting upon the throne world itself. In the realm of chaos, Khorne's fury is incandescent. As the essences of his slain demons return to him, he flies into a rage so great that his brass fortress trembles. The heat of his wrath is such that souls of the 8 bloodthirsters who led the attack are utterly obliterated, wiped from existence by their master's displeasure. In the wake of Terra's defense, Gilliman recognizes that only decisive, galaxy-spanning action can save what remains of the Imperium. He gathers a vast new Imperial armada, the Indomitus Crusade, the largest concentration of Imperial military might assembled since the original Great Crusade, over 10 millennia before. The Crusade fleet includes elements of the Adeptus Custodes, a small contingent of the Silent Sisterhood, and a vast war host of Primaris Space Marines, drawn from many newly founded chapters, and the great transient legions of the unnumbered suns. Strike forces from over a dozen pre-existing chapters also join the armada, led by the Imperial Fists. Gilliman's crusade carves a winding path through the tumultuous galaxy. Wherever it goes, sieges are broken, chaos cults crushed, Xenos invaders driven back, and beleaguered worlds granted a spark of hope. In time, word spreads, slowly and painfully, but inexorably, that a Primarch has returned to champion humanity once more. Meanwhile, long before High Fleet Leviathan closed on Baal, the Blood Angels and their successors fight a desperate delaying action. The shield worlds of the Cryptus system are sacrificed to hold back the Tyranid advance, buying time but not salvation. Eventually, Leviathan, even diminished by its losses, arrives over the Baal system in such mass that it blots out the stars. Lord Commander Dante girds the defenses of Baal and its twin moons as never before. Refusing to await annihilation, he dispatches numerous preemptive strike forces to harry, mislead, and thin the living armada. Hundreds of splinter fleets are destroyed. Dante sends a call to the Sanguinary Brotherhood, the Blood Angels' successor chapters, begging for immediate aid. The Flesh Terrors arrive first. Ultimately, all the successors answer the summons, save the Lamenters. Even the Knights of Blood, declared excommunicate traitores by the High Lords of Terra, come to stand and die with their progenitors. But still, it is not enough. Leviathan learns and adapts with terrifying speed. The swarm clears the surrounding sector of life and descends upon Baal and her moons. 19 attack waves, each larger than the last, are hurled back at terrible cost. 5 chapter masters fall, 3 of them in the battle at the Dome of Angels alone. As the Tyranids begin to strip all biomass from Baal and its moons, even absorbing the radiation-poisoned deserts of Baal Secundus, the shattered defenders fall back to the ruins of the Blood Angels' Fortress Monastery. There, they prepare for a final stand. Then, the galaxy itself cracks. The birth of the Great Rift sends etheric storms ripping through the Baal system. No further Tyranid waves descend, but upon Baal Prime, no Imperial defender remains alive. On Baal itself, the Tyranids still outnumber the Blood Angels by an order that makes survival seemingly impossible. Yet, Commander Dante refuses surrender. He leads fighting retreat after fighting retreat, each more hopeless than the last. Time itself buckles under the warp's influence. What feels like days on Baal may span years in the wider galaxy. As the last perimeter falls, and doom seems certain, the stars return. The High Fleet is gone, and in its place, an Imperial armada hangs in the void. Rabute Guilliman and the Indomitus Crusade have arrived. After further brutal engagements, Leviathan is driven from Baal, and the Xenos presence is finally purged from the system. Reconstruction begins on both world and chapter. Guilliman brings Primaris Space Marine reinforcements to replenish the Blood Angels and their successor chapters. Recognizing both his prowess and his burden, Guilliman names Dante as regent of the Imperium Nihilus, charging him with reclaiming that half of the Imperium as best he can in the Emperor's name. The ultimate fate of that particular mass of High Fleet Leviathan remains unknown. A grim clue is found on the barren surface of Baal Prime, a mountain of Xenos skulls, stacked into the 8-pillar symbol of one of the Blood Angels' oldest and most hated enemies, the bloodthirster Ka-Banda and his Cornate legions. In the early decades of the era Indomitus, the hive world of Vigilus assumes a critical role in the Imperium's survival. Positioned in such a way that it links the Imperium Nihilus with the Imperium Sanctus via the Nockmund Gauntlet, one of the only stable routes through the Great Rift, Vigilus becomes a vital bastion. Recognizing its strategic importance, multiple Xenos and Chaos factions converge upon the world. The Black Legion, led once more by Abaddon the Despoiler, joins Orcs, Drakari, and Gene-Stealer cults in a sprawling, brutal conflict known as the War of Beasts. Though Abaddon's invasion is ultimately beaten back by a coalition of Space Marine forces under the command of Marnius Calgar, Vigilus is left scarred and half ruined. The war for the world is far from over. Orc warbands, Drakari raiders, and lurking Gene-Stealer cults ensure Vigilus remains effectively under siege. In the Taladus system of the Veritas subsector, faith and heresy clash in a brutal war of faith. This conflict, known as the Taladus War, unfolds in the era Indomitus as the Imperium struggles to defend the shrine world of Benediction. primary target of a large-scale chaos assault led by Dark Apostle Kor Pharaon of the Word-Bearers Traitor Legion. The Word-Bearers seek to strike directly at the Imperium's religious heart. Taladus and Benediction, emblematic of the Emperor's worship, are prime targets for the Legion's ambition to convert humanity to the service of the Chaos Gods. Their fall would be a symbolic and spiritual triumph beyond measure. The war is waged on 3 major fronts. On Benediction, where Chaos armies attempt to seize the Grand Honorificum Cathedral City complex. On Gredask, an Astra Militarum fortress world, and in the void around the asteroid belt named the Tears of the Emperor at the system's edge. On Benediction, Kor Pharaon's Word-Bearers nearly capture the Grand Honorificum. Salvation comes through a phenomenon tied to the psychic awakening. The combined faith of those within the cathedral summons forth from the warp the protective spirits of the sacred Imperium dead. This supernatural defense, later called the Saints' Wall, encircles the Grand Honorificum and shatters the grip on reality held by many of the demons in Kor Pharaon's host. A demi-company of Salamander Space Marines exploits the sudden advantage, cutting the Chaos Force in 2 and establishing a new defensive perimeter. On Redask, a strike force of Black Templars completes a suicidal assault that destroys the Soul Harvester, a mobile fortress factory that had confounded the Imperial defenders. The victory cost the life of their commander, Castellan Dramos, but removes the traitor's most devastating engine of war. And in the void, within the Tears of the Emperor, a Night Lord's flotilla, led by the battleship Nightmare of Selix, preys upon Imperial shipping. Using captured Imperial astropaths, the Night Lords disrupt the navigation of arriving vessels, luring them into ambush. They plunder the spoils and revel in the terror. The arrival of Vanguard Marines from the White Scar's 10th Brotherhood shifts the balance. Hit-and-run raids evolve into a full-blown void guerrilla war, each side seeking to lure the other into carefully prepared traps. The White Scars ultimately blunt the Night Lord's assault on incoming Imperial ships, though they cannot annihilate the raiders completely. For now, the Imperium has checked chaos on every front in the Taladus system, but the war remains unsolved. To the galactic north of Ultramar, as the era Indomitus continues its bloody opening decades, the followers of Nurgle, the Plague God, carve out a festering domain known as the Scourge Stars. From these blighted regions, armies of Nurgle's demons pour forth alongside the Death Guard Traitor Legion. Countless renegades and chaos cultists beyond measure. Their goal is audacious: to conquer the realm of Ultramar and fold it into Nurgle's growing empire and real space. This campaign becomes known as the Plague Wars. 3 rotting spearheads surge into Ultramar, attacking along 100 fronts. They spread unnatural pestilence wherever they go. Astartes and mortal defenders alike are forced back, losing world after world despite valiant resistance. Reinforcements soon arrive in the form of Primaris Ultramarines of the Ultima founding, brought aboard Fleet Avenger to bolster the beleaguered Firstborn. Even so, the advance of Nurgle's forces is only slowed, not reversed. By 12 M42, Imperial defenders across Ultramar are exhausted, bleeding out in dozens of overlapping campaigns. In orbit and across the void, a plague fleet dismantles the realm's defense infrastructure, destroying star fortresses and the Ultramar defense fleet piece by rotten piece. At this crucial juncture, Guilliman returns from the first phase of the Indomitus Crusade, having stabilized the Imperium Sanctus. His defensive maneuvers buy enough time to launch the decisive Spear of Espendor counterattack. In the culminating battles, the combined plague armies of Nurgle are brought to a standstill in the ruins of Iax. The demon Primarch Mortarion, seeing his plans unravel, retreats with the Death Guard back into the Scourge Stars under cover of a virus bomb attack. He withdraws not only because of his brother's unyielding defense, but also because Nurgle's holdings in real space have come under assault from the forces of Khorne. With this first phase of the Plague Wars concluded, Guilliman briefly turns to rebuilding and decontamination. Ultramar is to be cleansed, fortified, and prepared for the wars yet to come. He also orders the establishment of new protocols and facilities to create further Primaris Ultramarines. The respite is short. The demands of the Indomitus Crusade soon pull Guilliman away, back into the darkness of the wider galaxy. The Ultramarines, left to rebuild their ravaged realm, quietly prepare to exact vengeance upon the servants of the Dark Gods. Even as chaos rends the galaxy and the Great Rift roars, the Tyranids do not relent. In the era Indomitus, the fourth Tyrannic War begins. The largest mass of High Fleet Leviathan yet encountered descends upon the western reaches of the Segmentum Pacificus. This relatively underdefended region of the Imperium has become an attractive target, while most Imperial forces remain pinned, responding to crises around the Great Rift. The new Tyranid assault unfolds with terrifying coordination. 3 fresh Leviathan tendrils, christened by Imperial strategists as High Fleet Nautilon, High Fleet Promethor, and High Fleet Grindelis, surge in from above and below the galactic plane. 2 of these tendrils move in parallel, both ultimately aimed towards Terra and the Segmentum Solar. With Imperial strength spread thin by the ongoing Indomitus Crusade and endless chaos incursions, there are initially few forces left to oppose Leviathan's renewed advance. Thus begins another grim chapter in the long saga of the Tyrannic Wars, as the Great Devourer seeks once more to close its jaws upon the cradle of humanity itself.